4, 3, 2, 1, and you
Are we live?
Yes,
hello,
Chairman,
can you hear
are.
me?
Yes, you're
We're live. Sorry, but I just heard a big firework and I wondered if that had been picked up. I do apologise. So, good evening and welcome to this annual council meeting on Thursday, the 5th of November 2020. And I apologise if you heard the explosions. My neighbours are appearing to have a little bit of a firework party. Well, just the family. My name is Councillor Penny Channer and I'm the Vice Chairman of the Malden District Council. This meeting is held under new regulations which came into effect on the 4th of April in response to the COVID-19 situation, and there are just a few housekeeping issues to run through. First of all, please could I ask everyone present in this meeting to ensure your microphone remains muted and your video feed off when not addressing the council. This will reduce background noises and avoid any unintentional disturbances. This meeting will be hosted remotely, streamed live and recorded. And by being present in the meeting, you are giving consent to being recorded. Members and officers, during each item, please use the chat function of the meeting to indicate if you wish to speak. I will then invite you at the appropriate time to obviously speak. Members are reminded that apart from indicating you wish to speak or that you have to leave the meeting, the chat function really should not be used for any other purpose. Please do not use the raise hand function as this is not available on all of the member devices. Members, the process this evening will obviously be different, and for some items I may invite each member to speak in turn. Therefore, I would encourage all members to keep your contributions as clear and as succinct, concise as possible, please. When invited to speak, please ensure you turn on your microphone and camera. When speaking and referring to the agenda papers, please ensure you reference a page or a paragraph number. And lastly, if members need to leave the meeting at any point, please do make this known and use the chat function to signify that you need to leave the meeting. Now, if I may, please can I ask officers taking part in the meeting to please introduce themselves. And I believe I've got, first of all, Mr. Dodson, please. Or Mr. Holmes, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Good evening, members. Richard Holmes, Director of Service Delivery. Thank you.
Mr. Dodson now.
Good evening, members. Paul Dodson, Director of Strategy, Performance and Governance.
Mr. Quelch, please.
Simon Quelch, and I'm giving legal advice.
Thank you, Simon. Mr. Quelch, rather. Mr. Butcher, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Stephen Butcher, Commercial Manager.
Miss Bird, please.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, members. Tara Bird, Committee Services Officer. Thank you.
And can I please ask, are there any other officers present that I may have not called? Please, if you're here, could you please introduce yourselves now? I'd be very grateful. Okay, silence means there's no one else, so thank you very much. Now, members, we're now going to ask Tara Bird, or rather Miss Bird, please, if you can call out a roll call, calling members in alphabetical order. And can I ask you, if you can, to unmute your microphone at that time and your video so you can be seen as well, if possible. Thank you very much, Miss Bird.
Thank you, Chairman. And members, if you could just indicate if you're present when I call your name, starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
Good evening, Tara. I'm here.
Good evening, thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
Good evening, everyone. I'm present.
Councillor Miss Beale.
Present.
Brian Beale.
Good evening, everyone. I'm present.
Councillor Bell.
Good evening, everybody. I'm present.
Councillor Boyce.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Channer, obviously present.
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Councillor Dewick. Councillor Durham.
I'm present, Tara. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Edwards.
Present.
Councillor Mrs Fleming.
Present, Tara.
Councillor Fluker.
I'm present, thank you, Miss Bird. And just for your information, Councillor Dewick is actually on sick leave. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll mark his apologies then. Councillor Hurd.
Good evening, Tara, members. I'm present.
Good evening, thank you very much. Councillor Helm.
Present, Tara.
Councillor Hull.
Present, Tara.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear
Councillor Jarvis.
Sorry.
Evening, Tara, members.
Good evening. Councillor Keys.
Good evening, Tara. Good evening, members. Present.
Good evening, thank you very much. Councillor Lagan.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I'm present, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Present, Tara. Good evening.
Good evening, thank you. Councillor Morris.
I think you forgot Councillor Morley, but Chrissy Morris, all present and correct.
Morley, I do apologise.
Not a problem. Present, Tara.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nunn.
Yes, present, Tara. Good evening, Tara. Good evening, members.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Tara. Present.
Councillor Siddle.
Good evening, Tara. Good evening, members present.
Good evening, thank you very much. Councillor Skeens.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I saw on the screen somebody called Anonymous. I was just wondering who Anonymous might be.
I believe, Chairman, we have a member that's dialed in. I think that's who that might be.
That's me, Chairman.
Oh, that's Councillor Miss White.
Councillor Miss White. Good evening.
Councillor Stamp.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Tara. Good evening, members.
Good evening, thank you. Councillor Stamps.
Good evening, everybody. Present, Tara.
Very much. Councillor Swain.
Yes, present. Good evening.
Good evening, thank you. Councillor Mrs Thompson.
Sorry, Tara, a bit slow there. Yes, present. Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
And Councillor Miss White, please confirm she's already in attendance.
Thank you, Tara.
Yeah, thank you. Chairman, that is the roll call done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you've got the apologies, I think, that Councillor Fluker has identified.
Yes, I have noted those. Thank you.
Then, members, please, we turn now to agenda item number 2, which is election of chairman. And would you just let me finish what I'm about to say? I'd be very grateful. So, members, I will now call for nominations for a chairman of the council for the remainder of the municipal year to May 2021. Once appointed, I will hand over proceedings to the new chairman. Members, before we proceed, can you please ensure your videos and microphones are turned off? Then I'm going to now ask any member wishing to nominate to the position of chairman of the council to please unmute your microphone, turn on your video and state your name and nomination.
Councillor Nunn.
Councillor Fleming.
If there is more than one nomination, I will request a seconder for each nomination in the order they were received. So any member wishing to second nominations, please, can I please now see who's wants to nominate? Councillor Nunn, I can see on chat you wish to nominate. That's
yes.
Miss Bird, is that the first one?
Yes, Chairman, he was, yes.
Right, Councillor Nunn.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Councillor Nunn, I would like to nominate Councillor Mark Hurd as chairman for the remainder of the municipal year.
Thank you. I believe there's some more wishing to nominate. I'll come back for seconders in a minute. I see a Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Chairman. Nominate Councillor Channer. I nominate Councillor Channer because she is the most suitable candidate for the job. Because of the COVID-19 situation, in reality, we're not electing a chair to carry out civic functions. We need a chair who can run an orderly meeting, knows the Constitution and the authority inside out. The appointment is for the remainder of the civic year and until some normality returns. Councillor Channer is already doing the job and she's doing a good job. We need a safe pair of hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, now, Tara, I can't see any more on my chat. Can you see any others wishing to nominate?
Not on the chat, Chairman, no.
Thank you. In that case, Councillor Nunn has, and I'll take them in the order they are. Councillor Nunn has proposed Councillor Hurd, Mark Hurd. Is that seconded, please? And if you wish to second that, I think
interference.
Yeah, I think I know whose animal that might be. Is it yours or is it the other member?
It's not mine, Chairman.
I know
it's
whose
not
it is.
mine.
Yes, we were advised, unfortunately, and it was. I won't give the councillor's name. They did say because of the fireworks, there could be some canine interventions, which they will try and stop.
Madam Chairman, it's not mine.
No.
Okay, right. I take that back then. In that case, then, Councillor Nunn has proposed Councillor Mark Hurd. Is that seconded, please? If so, can I ask you to turn on your right? Is that Councillor Stamp?
Yes, please, Chairman. I'd like to second Councillor Mark Hurd to be the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, would you like me to say why I think Councillor Hurd would be, or should we just leave it?
If you want to, yes, if you want to.
No, I don't think so. I think he deserves it. But thank you for the opportunity, Chair.
No, okay.
Can we have a recorded vote, please?
Yes, can I just ask if you can I just hold on a minute, please? Councillor Fleming has nominated Councillor Channer. Is that seconded, please? And if
Yeah,
so,
Chairman, I'm happy to second.
Is that Councillor Durham? Right, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Fleming has requested a recorded vote. Is that seconded?
Yes.
Seconded, thank you.
Right. In that case, I then ask Miss Bird, please, if you could take the votes, and we'll do it in the order that the names were given to council. So therefore, we have on the first one nominated by Councillor Stephen Nunn, seconded by Councillor Wendy Stamp, Councillor Hurd. So, Tara, if I could hand over to you, please.
So, Chairman, just confirm, you want me to take individually, or do you want me just members to indicate who they're voting for?
I think we'll, as it's a recorded vote, I think we'll do each
individually.
Individually,
Individually, please.
No problem at all.
I think that's how the recorded vote should be done. Yes.
That's fine. So the first vote is for Councillor Hurd. Then members, I'll call your names out alphabetically. If you could just indicate if you're for, against, or abstaining, please. Starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Against.
Councillor Dewick. He's not here. Councillor Durham.
Against.
Edwards.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker.
Against.
Councillor Hurd.
For.
You, Councillor Helm.
Against.
Councillor Hull.
Against.
Councillor Jarvis.
Abstain.
Councillor Keys.
Against.
You, Councillor Lagan.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
For.
Councillor Morley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Definitely for.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy. Thank you. Councillor Stiddle.
For.
Councillor Skeens.
For, but did I hear Councillor Fluker vote, and is he allowed to vote?
Yes, he is. He's allowed to be at council and he is allowed to vote. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Stamp.
For.
Stilts.
For.
Councillor Swain.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Thompson.
Sorry, can't find the button. Against.
Thank you. And Councillor Miss White.
Against.
Thank you, Chairman. The results of that is 15 for, 13 against, and 1 abstention.
Right. As it's a recorded vote, I think we have to go one at a time just to make, I can see what the vote is, but I think that, as I understand, it should happen.
Okay, Chairman, so you want me to do the vote for
Yes, please, yes.
Okay, no problem. Same process again, please, members. Councillor Bamford.
This is
So
for
sorry, we're voting for Mrs. Channer as chairman.
We're now doing it. I'm going to do it recorded vote for both.
So this is a vote for Councillor Channer as chair.
Yes.
That's right, yeah.
And I'm for that. Thank you, Tara.
Bassinger.
Against.
Councillor Miss Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
Against.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Fleming.
For.
Councillor Fluker.
For.
Councillor Hurd.
Against.
Councillor Hell.
For.
Councillor Hull.
For.
Councillor Jarvis.
Abstain.
Councillor Keys.
For.
Councillor Lagan.
Against.
Councillor Mays.
Against.
Councillor Morley.
For.
Councillor Morris.
Against.
Councillor Nunn.
Against.
Councillor Shaughnessy.
Against.
Siddle.
Against.
Keynes.
Against.
Councillor Stamp.
Against.
Councillor Stilts.
Against.
Councillor Swain.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Thompson.
For.
And Councillor Miss White.
For.
Thank you very much. And the results of that, Chairman, are 13 for, 15 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much, Miss Bird. Therefore, on that voting, I declare that Councillor Mark Hurd has succeeded and is the new chairman of the Malden District Council. Just before I ask Councillor Hurd to make his declaration of office, can I please just say, my time as vice chairman has been very enjoyable, and I did follow in the great big footsteps of Councillor Bob Boyce, who was the chairman before me, but I'm the vice chairman. I've had to fall in for reasons in the latter part since August. But can I please thank all members for the support that you have given me? Can I also thank the officers, all of them? And I would have to single out probably Miss Bird here, who is absolutely marvellous regarding these meetings. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to have been the vice chairman of this council. And I now hand over to Councillor Hurd. And if you'd allow me to just say that now it's agenda item 3, Councillor Hurd and members of the council, the chairman's statutory declaration of acceptance of office.
Chairman, before you move on, I wanted to actually say something. Can I say something?
I did see your hand up. Yes, I'll let you say something.
I'd like to thank you for stepping up when Councillor Boyce resigned from his position. I actually do think you've done an excellent job. I actually think you're an excellent chairman as well. And I'd like to thank you from behalf of many people and councillors on this council. You stood up. It was a difficult situation. And thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
No, thank you, Councillor Stamp. That's very much appreciated. I think being, in these positions, it can be difficult, but that's why it's important to have the support of members and the support of good officers. And our officers are exceptional. Let me tell this council, the members of the public, we are blessed to have exceptional officers. So thank you very much to all of you. And Miss Bird, you know how I think about you. I always send you a thank you after the meeting. I'm indebted to you for allowing me to try and master this technology while we're having virtual meetings.
Yes.
So, Councillor Hurd, please. Now we have to go through a process of the declaration of acceptance of office. And can I just say, and I think my part do this, that members of the public, please note that as this meeting is being held virtually and due to current restrictions as a result of COVID-19, it will not be possible for the chairman and vice chairman of the council chains of office to be handed over to the newly appointed post holders. Normally what would happen, we'd be in the chamber and I would be able, or the chairman, I suppose, in the absence of chairman, I would be able to place the chain of office round Councillor Hurd's neck, and likewise for subsequent positions. But unfortunately, I do hope everyone appreciates the difficulties and the challenging times we're all working in. We have to make sure we keep everyone safe, that's staff, members and residents. So, so what I would say is, as soon as arrangements for the chains of office to be received at a later date accordingly, that will be arranged. So I will now call on Councillor Mark Hurd to make the statutory declaration of acceptance of the office of the chairman, and I will vacate the chair following that declaration. Councillor Hurd, please.
Can I, before you go on, Madam Chairman, you are still chairman, as the current leader, I'd like to thank you very, very much for everything you've done as well. And thank you for Councillor Stamp for doing the same. Very much appreciated all the work you've done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Here to all of that. Thank you, everyone. And
thank you,
Councillor Tanner.
Councillor Hurd, are you there, Councillor Hurd?
I'm indeed chairman. Thank you very much.
Okay, if you could make your declaration of office, please.
I, Mark Stephen Hurd, having been elected to the office of Chairman of the Council of the District of Malden, declare that I will take that office upon myself, and I will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties in it, according to the best of my judgment and ability. I undertake to observe the code as to the conduct which is expected of members of Malden District Council. I will now sign the form and date it, and that form will be handed to the directors.
Okay, congratulations, Councillor Hurd. And at this point, I'm going to go on mute and shut my video down. And I hand over now to you, Councillor Hurd, for the rest of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And thank you, members. Thank you, members. As the new chairman, I will now call for the nominations to Vice Chairman of the Council for the remainder of the municipal year to May 2021. Any member wishing to second the nomination that I'm going to make from the chair, which is Councillor Mays, please unmute your microphone, turn on your video and state your name. Councillor Stamp.
Yes, please. I would like to second the nomination of Carly Mays, Councillor Carly Mays, to be appointed Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other nominations? Okay, in the absence of any other nominations, I declare that Councillor Carly Mays is the Vice Chairman of Malden District Council.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to you. Do we need to take a vote on that, Tara?
Chairman, you can vote on it. Can be done by assent, whichever you prefer, or whichever members would prefer.
Okay, is that agreed by assent?
Agreed. I think we would prefer, Chairman, I think we would prefer to take a vote on that.
Very well. Tara, if you could do the roll call, please.
Yes, can it be a recorded vote, Chairman? Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote, if you wish.
Second that. Second the recorded vote.
Okay, we'll have a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is voting for Councillor Mays as Vice Chairman. If you could just indicate for, against or abstaining when I call your name, please. Starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
Against.
Councillor Bamford, thank you very much. Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Against.
Councillor Durham.
Against, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Fleming.
Against.
Thank Councillor Fluker.
Against.
Councillor Hurd.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
Against, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Oh, abstain.
Councillor Jarvis.
Abstain.
Councillor Keys.
Against.
Councillor Lagan.
For.
Councillor Mays.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Against.
Morris.
Wholeheartedly for.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn.
For.
Shaughnessy.
For.
Councillor Stiddle.
For.
Councillor Skeens.
For.
Councillor Stamp.
For. Councillor Mays works really hard and she deserves it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hilts.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Swain.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Thompson.
Against.
Councillor Miss White.
Against.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. The results of that are 15 for, 11 against and 3 abstentions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. In that case, I do declare Councillor Mays as Vice Chairman of the Council, and I will now call on her to make the statutory declaration of acceptance of the office of Vice Chairman of the Council. Councillor Mays.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I, Councillor Carly Mays, having been elected to the office of Vice Chairman of the Council of the District of Malden, declare that I take the office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability. I undertake to observe the code as to the conduct which is expected of members of Malden District Council. I'm now going to sign the form and date it the 5th of November 2020. You can see that? Not sure you can. That will be sent to the appropriate person. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Channer, you've indicated you wish to speak.
Thank you very much. I'll say congratulations to Councillor Mays, and I can assure you I'll make sure the badge of office, which I've currently got on, although I'm going to take it right off now, I will make sure that with arrangements with officers that can be handed over so Councillor Mays can have it as soon as possible. So just should there be anything that she needs to be attending or any, well, virtually or otherwise, but I'll make sure that's arranged with officers as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Channer. I appreciate that.
You lose, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 6 is apologies for absence. May I have any apologies for absence, please, Tara?
Yes, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillor Dewick. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Agenda item number 7 is declarations of interest. This is to disclose the existence and nature of any disclosable pecuniary interests, other pecuniary interests or non-pecuniary interests relating to items of business on the agenda, having regard to paragraphs 6 to 8 inclusive of the Code of Conduct for members. Members are reminded that they are also required to disclose any such interests as soon as they become aware, should the need arise, throughout the meeting. If any member has an interest to declare, please use the chat function now to indicate, and I will invite you to speak. Tara, can you advise if any other member has indicated a wish to speak?
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Mrs Channer has.
Thank you, Councillor Channer.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I will declare, I'm referring now to the main reports of this meeting, following it all, we've dealt with all the meetings except the special meetings. So those reports on the agenda, I will be declaring non-pecuniary, Chairman, my normal one, as a member of Essex County Council as well, purely because there could be some association with some of the matters, so I'd feel more comfortable declaring, because obviously we do work in partnership quite a bit with Essex, or we have dialogue with them. So I'm declaring for those items of the main reports, Chairman, that come at the end of the meeting. Thank you very much, Chairman, and the one and the confidential item as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any other members, Tara?
Chairman, Councillor Durham is the other person that's indicated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and can I offer you my congratulations. I declare a non-pecuniary interest as a member of Essex County Council, mainly pertaining to items 21 to 24 on the agenda this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members have they indicated, Tara?
No, Chairman, that's all.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on then to agenda item number 8, which are minutes from the 1st of October 2020, and it's recommended that the minutes of this meeting, found on pages 9 to 22, are approved as a true and accurate record. I so move. If you wish to second that motion, please turn on your video, unmute your microphone, and state your name now. If any member wishes to break.
Second that.
Great.
Excuse me, Chairman. There's a mistake on page 17. Page 17, item 20, the resignation of Councillor Harker. You're missing the B word, and it's not the B word that Councillor Thompson would use. It's Basin. Heybridge Basin Parish Council should be referred to, and not Heybridge Parish Council. Thank you.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. That's noted. Are there any other corrections on that?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Swain.
Yes, I'm afraid I can't use the chat function at the moment. Yes, on the minutes for agenda item 8, which is on page 1415, concerned with the scoping report, I am put down as voting both for and against. It should only be a vote for, if that can be corrected.
Okay, can that be corrected, please, Tara?
Yes, of course, Chairman, we can make sure that both those amendments get made for you.
Thank you very much. Any other members wish to comment on the minutes? In that case, do you wish to agree those by assent?
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
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 Thank you very much. Agenda item 9 are public questions. Tara, have we been notified of any public questions?
No, Chairman, we have got no public questions for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 10 is Chairman's announcements. If you would indulge me for one moment, I would like to thank members for nominating me as Chairman of Malden District Council for the remainder of this municipal year. This is an historic change for this council, which has never before seen an independent administration. I thank Councillor Boyce and Councillor Channer for their past chairmanship, and I will strive to serve this community fairly and truthfully. I have great admiration for past councillors Henry Bass, Frank Delderfield and Robert Long, and I hope to follow in their footsteps as excellent chairman of this district. My theme will be one of unity, and despite our differences, I hope we can work together to rebuild the reputation of this council and build trust with its officers, staff and the public. This is an opportunity for us all to work together, push aside personal differences and benefit the community. Thank you very much. The second item here is members, on the 21st of October, an email was received from Nick Shuttleworth, Executive Director of the Rural Community Council of Essex, thanking Councillor Mrs. Penny Channer for attending their AGM. Councillor Channer, would you like to read this out?
Mute. Oh, I'm off mute. Sorry, Chairman. I have had a bit of difficulty there. I do apologise. I'll just try and find it if I may, Chairman. I'm happy for you to read out, or if you want me to, but if you'd like to, I'm quite okay with that as you're the Chairman.
Thank you very much. I do have it here. So Nick Shuttleworth, Executive Director of the Rural Community Council of Essex, writes to Mrs. Channer, I felt I must write to thank you so much for finding the time in your busy schedule to join us for our annual general meeting last Wednesday evening. It means a lot to us when civic leaders take the trouble to attend our AGM, especially this year when we had to hold it virtually. I hope you found it interesting and an informative occasion and were able to find out more about the work RCCE is currently doing to support and sustain rural communities throughout Essex. Our guest speaker, Professor Jules Pretty, provided another dimension to the event with a thought-provoking and challenging presentation. Thank you again for supporting RCCE. And members, can I now hand you over to the Director of Service Delivery for an update on COVID-19?
Thank you, Chairman. Members will be aware that from 1 minute past midnight this morning, England entered a period of lockdown from the 5th of November to the 2nd of December. Following the public announcement from the Prime Minister on Saturday, officers have been working on our necessary response to the lockdown. Ministerial briefings were held on Sunday and planning work by the corporate and extended leadership team commenced over the weekend. The government has now introduced the legislation and detailed guidance to cover this period. Officers have revisited arrangements and broadly grouped the necessary response to the latest situation on the following headings. Public health, that's working with our partners to maintain public health, support and advice to business and undertaking inspections as required. Our commercial activities, incorporating leisure centres and all of our other services provided by the Council. Our customer services, including adapting all public contact, either in person, online or by telephone. We're also looking at supporting vulnerable people, and that'll be working with our CVS, who will be supporting the extremely clinically vulnerable, those that were formerly sheltering in lockdown, and also assisting homeless persons. We are also supporting businesses in two parts, the administration and payments of government grants, and to support to local business operations, including the adaptation of Malden High Street. We're also working on our corporate communications, including public contact through the social media and websites, member communications and internal staff communications. And finally, service monitoring, managing the impact of the additional COVID work on our business as usual activities, monitoring budget control and monitoring the health and wellbeing of our staff. The Council has continued to engage at a strategic level within Essex, working with partners to manage this pandemic, and this activity has stepped up recently. The Council will continue to provide its frontline services, but unlike the first lockdown, some services are unaffected, play sites, public conveniences and cemeteries, for example, but our leisure centres have had to close as of today. Finally, as head of paid service, I'd like to look inward just for a moment. Most staff of the Council have been working remotely since March. The Council's extended leadership team has ensured welfare and support is available during these challenging times. However, pressure continues to grow on services, and I'll highlight just one area. During this pandemic, the Council has administered a number of business grants for the government. The work has required intense preparation at short notice and handled millions of pounds in payments and dealt with inquiries and appeals. This work, of course, is in addition to the normal workload by the team. This week alone, 2 more grant schemes have been announced, all of which need the same level of work and attention to detail. I stress that all of the staff of the Council are working flexibly, have been adaptable and ensured services have continued to be provided to our community since March and will continue to do so. Corporate leadership team would like to put on record our thanks to all of the staff working for the Council during this challenging period. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Councillor Swain, you've still got your hand up. Is that left over from your previous inquiry, please? Thank you very much. We'll move on now to agenda item number 11, which is the minute book. This is found on pages 22 to 36. First one is...
Sorry, Chairman, before you move on, I did put my hand up. I just wanted to, as the current leader, I just wanted to express my thanks to the officers who've worked extremely hard during all this pandemic, and it continues to encroach upon the normal day-to-day running of the council. They've done a lot of work and there is still a great deal of work to be done. and I thank them for their dedication. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bamford. I'll be coming straight back to you. I'll be coming straight back to you, actually.
And actually, Mr. Chairman, if I may also come in as Vice Chair of Strategy and Resources, who I know I had to take over the Strategy and Resources Committee. Again, I'd like to thank the officers for the hard work they've done throughout the COVID crisis. Thank them for their time with the Live Well board in making Malden a better place to live. And I think we mustn't forget whoever's actually in charge of the council that we work with the officers and work for the benefit of our residents and not to settle scores. And I'm sure that we will do working forward. Thank you.
Well, I certainly hope that's the case, Councillor White. Thank you. So we'll now move on to the minute book found on pages 22 to 36. This is Performance, Governance and Audit from the 24th of September 2020. These are on pages 23 to 32. Councillor Bamford to present the minutes. If any member wishes to raise any matter of accuracy, please use the chat function and I will invite you to speak.
Thank you, Chairman. It's Elaine Bamford again, who is the current chairman of Performance, Governance and Audit Committee, and I'm presenting the minutes of the Performance, Governance and Audit Committee of the 24th of September, which were held remotely, and I'll go through page by page. So page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26, page 27, page 28, page 29, page 30 and page 31, Chairman, and I propose that they're adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Has any member wished to speak on that, please, Tara?
No, Chairman, no one's indicated they wish to speak. Thank you.
Okay, can we take it then, members, that you wish to agree those minutes by assent?
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
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 Agreed. Agreed.
Thank you very much. I now move to the overview and scrutiny meeting held on the 15th of October 2020. These are found on pages 33 to 36. Councillor Helm to present the minutes and one recommendation contained in minute 6, committee operating and working practices. Councillor Helm. Are you there, Councillor Helm?
I'm getting there.
It's
modern technology. I wish to present the minutes of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee held on the 15th of October 2020 on pages 33, page 34, page 35 and page 36. I so move.
Thank you. Tara, has anyone indicated that they wish to speak, please?
No, Chairman, no one has. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we...
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Helm. Thank you. Are we able to agree those by assent, members?
Agreed.
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 Thank you very much. We now move on to gender. Oh, yes, and the recommendation contained within. Are we able to agree that?
Agreed.
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 Thank you very much. We'll move on now to agenda item 12, which is minutes of meetings of the council. And this is to note that since the last meeting of the council and up until Wednesday, the 28th of October 2020, the committees listed have met and to receive any questions in accordance with council and committee procedure rules 6.2. If any member wishes to raise a question in relation to the minutes of this meeting, please make this known by using the chat function within this meeting. Tara, has anyone indicated that they wish to speak?
No, Chairman, no one has indicated they wish to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is everybody happy to agree those by assent?
Yes.
Agreed.
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 Thank you very much. Agenda item 13. This is questions in accordance with Procedure Rule 6.2, of which notice have been given. I don't think there are any. Could you confirm that, please, Tara?
That's right, Chairman. We haven't received any. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, agenda item 14 are leaders and composition of political groups. And we move to this item, which was circulated today, and this is found in the supplementary pack, pages 7 to 8. In a moment, I will introduce this item. So members, if you wish to speak on this item, to make this known by using the chat function on this meeting, please, I will come to you in turn. Keep your points clear and succinct, please. I seem to have lost my place on this one now. Bear with me a sec.
Chairman, if I could perhaps help, I believe the leader was going to introduce the report.
Yes, I'm just trying to find it on my notes here, but yes,
Okay.
if I could ask the leader to introduce the report and move the recommendations as set out in the report.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to explain for any members of the public that might be listening to this meeting, I am the current leader of Malden District Council, but the leader designate, which is the first recommendation, which is to ratify the leader designate as leader of the council, is in fact the leader of the independents, because they are the largest group on the council at this point. So, Chairman, I will go to you to put the recommendation 1 to ratify the leader designate as leader of the council.
Thank you very much. The recommendations, thank you. The recommendations are set out in the report as follows: that the council considers ratification of the leader designate, Councillor Wendy Stamp, as leader of the council. Secondly, well, is that seconded?
Yes, I second that, Mr. Chairman.
Could we have a recorded vote, please, Chairman?
And I'll second that as well.
Yes, we will have a. Are we going to take these recommendations separately, Tara?
Yes, Chairman, I would suggest that you did, yes.
Yes, I think you should. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll go for a recorded vote, and this is to assign the leader designate, Councillor Wendy Stamp, as leader of Malden District Council. If you could take the vote, please, Tara. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, if you could indicate for, against or abstain, and this is the vote for ratification of a leader designate as leader of the council. Starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
For.
So Miss Beale.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
Against, Miss Bird.
Thank you very much. Councillor Edwards.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker.
Against, Miss Bird.
Thank you very much. Councillor Harker. Sorry, oh, I do apologise. That's totally wrong. Councillor Hurd.
For.
Thank you very much. Councillor Helm.
Against, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Against Tara.
Jarvis.
Abstain.
Keys.
Against.
Councillor Lagan.
Very much for, please, Tara.
Hayes.
For.
Morley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Most definitely for.
Councillor Nunn.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Skeens.
For.
Councillor Stamp.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Swain.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Thompson.
Against.
And Councillor Miss White.
Against.
Thank you very much. Chairman, the results of that are 15 for, 13 against and 1 abstention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Therefore, I declare Councillor Wendy Stamp as leader of Malden District Council and offer her my congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members who voted for me. Thank you very much.
I see that number 2 now is no longer required. So I'll go to agenda item recommendation number 3, that the council elects the deputy leader of the council. And from the chair, I would propose Councillor Stephen Nunn. Is that seconded?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Mays. I will now invite any other nominations. Are members happy to agree by assent?
Yes.
Agreed.
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 Can we have a recorded vote, please, Chairman?
Recorded vote, is that seconded?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Tara. The roll call again, please. This is Councillor Stephen Nunn as Deputy Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, as before, if you could just indicate for, against or abstain, please. Starting with Councillor Bamford.
Against.
Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
For.
Councillor Boyce.
Against.
Mrs Channer.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Durham. Sorry, Councillor Durham, can't hear
Sorry,
you.
was that me, Tara?
Yes, it was you.
Yeah, sorry. Against, Miss Bird, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Edwards.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker.
Against, Miss Bird.
Councillor Hurd.
For.
Councillor Helm.
Against, Tara.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hull.
Against Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Keys.
Against, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Lagan.
For, Miss Bird.
Councillor Mays.
For.
Councillor Morley.
Against.
Councillor Morris.
Most definitely for.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nunn.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
For, Tara. Thank you.
Councillor Siddle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Skeens.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts.
For.
Swain.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Thompson.
Against.
Thank you. And Councillor Miss White.
Against.
Chairman, the results of that vote are 15 for, 13 against and 1 abstention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In that case, I declare Councillor Stephen P. Nunn to be the Deputy Leader of Malden District Council, and I offer my congratulations to him.
Chairman, can I also offer my congratulations? Sorry to interrupt you. I'll also offer my congratulations to Stephen Nunn, and I look forward to working with him and the officers and everybody else in the groups. Thank you for allowing me.
Thank you also, Chair, and I too look forward to working with Councillor Stamp as her deputy, and all of the members and all of the officers. And let's hope that we move into a more harmonious time. Thank you very much.
Chairman, may I also extend my congratulations to them both?
Thank you, Councillor. That's very much appreciated. Well done. Okay, so agenda item 15, we now move to this agenda item, which is the appointment of membership of committees of the council. This was circulated today and is in the supplementary pack, the second part, which is pages 9 to 16. Before I call on the leader to introduce this item, I want to draw your attention to recommendation little 3, where the council is required to make a nomination to certain committees. Mr. Dodson, did you want to take this from here?
Yes, thank you.
Well, actually, I think the leader's going to present the report, is she not?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would like to present this report, but I will immediately hand over to
Mr. you there, Councillor Stamp. Councillor Boyce has raised a point of order. I'm obliged to go to him. Good evening, Councillor Boyce.
Good evening, Chairman. I won't show myself because the machine says turn on video, lose connectivity. What I want, I might be a bit premature in this because it refers to the agenda item 15 in relation to the area committees. But I mean, this is 15 and it is to follow. So I'll give notice, Chairman, that I wish to raise this issue. And it's a statute that I want to refer to rather than our constitution. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'll take it you'll come in at that particular time. So, Leader of the Council, to present this report and move the recommendations set out in the report. Councillor Leader.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm going to hand immediately over to Mr. Dobson because we was called urgently this afternoon, and I think all members need to hear what Mr. Dobson has to say, and then I'll move the report and the recommendations if that's the way it goes, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dodson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, obviously this report is intended to appoint the members to the committees of the council, and that's done on the basis of political balance as is set out within the report, and that's based on the allocation of seats based on the Independents having 15 members, Conservatives 10, and the Democratic Alliance 4 members. The figures are shown in 3.6 for each of the committees based on applying those figures to the individual committees. However, I do want to point out something to members that is was, in all honesty, noticed after the report was published. And there's something called Principle C, which, as well as applying those figures to each individual committee, we also have to look at the number of seats across all of those committees in the table shown in 3.6, and look to see if the the numbers still work. So in effect, there are 64 seats across all of those committees. And when you apply the figures to them, it's absolutely correct that the independents have 32, Conservatives 21. However, the Democratic Alliance have been appointed to 7 seats, and that are allocated 7 seats, and that's based on rounding. When you apply their proportion of seats of the council across all 64 of those seats, it comes out at 8.533 seats, and that, the principle is that it's rounded up. So in effect, that's 9 seats across all of those committees rather than the 7 that are shown. So that means that of the 4 seats that are shown for council appointment, 2 of those need to be allocated to the Democratic Alliance to ensure that we're in compliance with Principle C. So the appendix sets out those members who have been allocated by leaders of groups to those committees. And as I say, there are 4 floating seats, as it were, where the numbers were tied between different groups. So we couldn't then allocate those, and those 4 need to be appointed by council and nominated by council and approved. But 2 of those, at least, to ensure the balance is correct, need to be appointed to the Democratic Alliance. I hope that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader.
Yes, can I have some more advice from Mr. Dodson, because I'd like to make a proposal to the recommendations, but I'm not sure exactly where it needs to go. As I said, it was a late hour of the day then when we were given this information. Obviously, the allocation of seats, little 1, recommendation little 1, as set out in 3.6 below, is ratified. But that needs to change, doesn't it, Mr. Dodson? Because we're going to... Through you, Chair.
Before I answer on that, I've got another point of order from Councillor Durham, which I'm duty bound to take. So, Councillor Durham.
I'm quite happy just to let Councillor Stamp continue her current argument, and then I'll come in after that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, Councillor Leader.
I'm enjoying the interruptions. I'm sure it's an introduction for me. Thank you, Chairman. I'm sure I'll get used to it. Yes, so do we put the amendment to the proposal or at little 1, because we will not be ratifying that table because it is not accurate now, is it? Is that right, Mr. Dodson?
It's right in as much as those named in those positions can be appointed to those. I think the proposal that you're looking at should go at little 3, that there are where nominations haven't been received to appoint members to those positions. That's where there needs to be a proposal around the 2 positions for the Democratic Alliance that they're proposed at that point, which committees that they go into.
Okay, thank you for your help, Mr. Dodson. Well, the recommendation, Chair, is that we adopt little 1, little 2, but I'd like to put amendment for little 3. I'd like the debate to be opened up before I put the recommendation, if members so wish.
Okay, members, if you wish to speak on this item, please make this known using the chat function within this meeting, and I will then come to you in turn following the leader's presentation. Please keep your points clear and succinct. Do we have any speakers, please, Tara?
Yes, Chairman. Obviously, Councillor Durham has his point of order, and Councillor Bamford has asked to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Durham first.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, very much for indulging me. I very much regret that we now find ourselves in rather a sorry position. I do appreciate the fact that the Democratic Alliance group are new, but they must be given the opportunity, the leader of that group must be given the opportunity to select which committees he wishes those vacant places to go to. It is quite incorrect if the leader of that group isn't given that opportunity. I think that there was a proposal, or there may well be a proposal, that council picks those positions, which would absolutely not be correct, and I'm afraid would be challenged. Chairman, I'm just, I don't know whether this is in fact what the leader is going to propose, but I think we need to give the leader of a legitimate group the opportunity to nominate who he wishes to appear, or which committees he wishes those two places to be allocated to. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Mr. Quelch, can you advise on this?
Yes. I mean, what Mr. Dodson has said is absolutely right. There are in working out these figures, we as officers were very much emphasising Principle D, in other words, that of Section 15 of the 1989 Act, namely that each committee should, as far as possible, reflect the political composition, the proportion that each political group has as against the total membership. And so that's what we've been operating on, but we underplayed Principle C. Namely, you've also got to look at the total number of seats allocated to each group over the whole council. Now, when you do that, you're left with the Democratic Alliance really being entitled to, and this is applying all the principles now, to 2 of 3 committees, with 1 on each of those 2, and namely licensing, overview and scrutiny, and performance governance and audit. Now, because those are equally tied in relation to which 2 of the Democratic Alliance should sit on, then it isn't really for the leader of the group to decide that. It really is for council to decide that, because they're equally tied, those 3 committees. And so we can't use the maths, we can't use the statute to determine that, in which case council itself will need to determine it.
Okay, thank you. I see your hand, Councillor Helm. I'll come to you after Councillor Bamford.
He's on the phone.
Thank you, Chair. I'm questioning the first part of this recommendation, because as Councillor Stamp, the new leader, quite rightly pointed out, that this recommendation says that the council considers ratification. No, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong page.
Page 9, I think.
Yes, that the allocation of seats on committees as set out in section 3.6 below be ratified. Now that isn't correct, is it? Because we're now saying the allocation of seats is not right. So I can't see that we can ratify that. But bearing in mind what Simon Quelch has just said, I'd like to propose that we use the first 2 of these council appointments on this table. The first one is performance, governance and audit, and the second one is overview and scrutiny. But
I'll second that.
That's what I propose.
Seconded.
I appreciate what Councillor Durham has said, but Mr. Quelch seems to disagree. So I put that to the council vote, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I've noted that proposal and seconded. I'd just like to go to Councillor Helm, and then I'll come to you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If you'll forgive me, I've chosen the 2 committees our 2 members should go on. and that is PGA and overview and scrutiny, if that's all right. And if you want the names for that committee, I'll give them. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader?
Thank you, Chairman. No, I totally agree with Mr Quelch on this. It is for the council to decide, and Councillor Bamford has made the recommendation, but I would also like to make a recommendation that I propose that the 2 additional allocation for the Democratic Alliance Group are allocated to overview and scrutiny and investigation and disciplinary panel committees. And I will have that seconded if somebody will second that, please. The council has to decide.
Seconded.
Well, we already have a proposal which has been seconded proposed by Councillor Bamford, that the PGA and overview and scrutiny are the committees, and that was seconded by Councillor Channer. Councillor Channer, you've got a point of order.
Well, yes, thank you, Chairman, very much. I heard what Mr Quelcher said, but equally I did hear what Councillor Durham said, and I've obviously seconded Councillor Bamford because that seemed perfectly reasonable to me. And I've also heard from the Democratic Alliance leader, who has obviously said what he'd want. And I do think that's why I seconded Councillor Bamford, because I don't think it is a matter for council. I'm not quite sure, having heard that, what element of the Constitution covers that point regarding this matter. Ordinarily, had the correct percentages been applied, then the leader of the Democratic Alliance would have had the right to give his names, those names, like the Independents and the Conservatives have. So Councillor Durham is correct in that. He's lost that opportunity. So tonight that opportunity is being given, and Councillor Bamford's made the proposals, and you've heard what the Democratic Alliance leader has said, which happens to be the same. So that's why I seconded it. But I can't see in the Constitution whereby this issue that we can apply the vote to council. From what I can see in the standing orders and the Constitution, that element isn't covered. So I do think we have to go with the proposal Councillor Bamford's placed.
Chairman, I think it's, if you allow me, I think we've had legal advice, which we've heard so many times at these council meetings, and I would urge people to members to actually consider the advice that has been given by Mr Quelch. It is a decision by council, and I totally don't agree, and I think we should have a vote on Councillor Bamford's, and if it fails, then I'd like my proposal made, accepted, please, and voted on, and I'd like a recorded vote, please, Chairman.
Very well. That's
second the recorded vote.
Second the recorded vote.
All right. Okay. That's what we'll go for. The first proposal, which is Councillor Bamford. Can you just remind us, Councillor Bamford, PG&A and ONS?
That's correct, Chairman. And I want a recorded vote on this one, please.
And you're saying that should go to the Democratic Alliance, those two?
Yes, I'm proposing that the seat on PGA and the seat on overview and scrutiny goes to the Democratic Alliance as per the leader of that group's request.
Okay.
And I want that minuted, please, Chairman, exactly as I've said it.
Okay. Chairman, do we, sorry to interrupt you again, but do we need to speak to Simon Quelch again so he can make it clear to all members, which often happens at these meetings? He does repeat himself to make it clear for any members if they have any issues. I think it's important this, because the advice that has been given is from our legal specialist. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, could I just ask you to bring some clarity to this, Mr Quelch, please?
I don't know if I can bring any more clarity. It is quite complex. I accept that. The political balance provisions are very complex. These three committees, licensing, overview and scrutiny, and PGA, are all 10-person committees. And that's the reason that Democratic Alliance only have one person on each of those. And that's why when you apply the political balance provisions, they are, you could say, equally unrepresented on each of those three. And that's why Mr Dodson, who under the Constitution can have the final ruling in relation to allocations, is not doing so, because the maths that one has to apply means that those three committees equally apply. So that's why it would have to be a decision of council and not the decision of the leader of that particular group. That's all I can say. I don't think I can make it any clearer. I can't think of a way of making it clearer.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Bamford, I will allow you to come back. I've got 4 other speakers.
Thank you, Chairman, because I just wanted to clarify, because I believe the leader has put forward a committee that has not been mentioned by Simon Quelch. I believe she put forward, was it overview and scrutiny and investigating and disciplinary, and yes. not one of the 3 that Mr. Quelch has mentioned. So I don't think her proposal is actually valid according to the legal advice.
Well, I think what we'll do is we'll take the first proposal, and if that fails, we'll come back to Mr. Quelch to see if that advice is legal or not. But meanwhile, I've got 4 other speakers before I go to the vote. Councillor Channer.
No, I've said my piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Swain.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. It's just not surprising that this sort of eventuality isn't actually covered specifically in the Constitution. But what we have here is, should we say, the list of the possible vacancies for the 2 DAG members. And from what Mr. Quelch has said, it is for the council to decide. I would advocate a different approach, and that is to take them one by one, to take a proposition for putting a DAG member on PGA, yes or no, and deal with it that way, individually by the 4 committees that are possibles for DAG member. I don't think, it would be more simple and easier to do it that way rather than trying to come up with some combination and then vote on all sorts of combinations of 2s. So I think Mr. Quelch's advice is quite clear, really.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lagan.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to sort of reiterate from listening to the debate that Simon as a very experienced legal specialist and for many years has served the council well. So I appreciate his advice, and I believe that we should take his advice as we've done in the past and follow it through. And I support the leader's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Nunn, Deputy Leader.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So, yes, just to be clear, is Councillor Bamford, Councillor Stamp, the leader, and Councillor Helm, are they all saying overview and scrutiny as one of those?
Yes.
I think they are, yes.
So why are we even debating overview and scrutiny? Why don't we just vote on the other group, the other seat?
Well, I think that Councillor Swain was suggesting that we do those individually. Do you think that's a good idea, Mr. Quelch?
Well, Chairman, you actually have a proposal that's been seconded on the table from Councillor Mrs. Bamford. So that really has to be disposed of first of all.
All right. Okay.
Fair enough, Chair. I was just trying to be pragmatic, really. But if that's the way we've got to do it, then fine.
Okay. So we have the proposal by Councillor Bamford for PG&A and overview and scrutiny. This was seconded by Councillor Channer. A recorded vote has been requested and seconded. So, Tara, can we take the vote on that, please?
Yes, Chairman, of course. So voting for allocating Performance Governance and Audit and Overview and Scrutiny Committee to the Democratic Alliance Group. Starting with Councillor Bamford, if you could indicate for, against or abstain, please.
For.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bassinger.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Against.
Councillor Mrs.
Sorry,
Chan.
sorry.
Oh.
For.
Oh.
Sorry, for.
Thank you. For Councillor Boyce. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Tara, I'm for because the leader of the Democratic Alliance has indicated what where he wants to place his members, and that's why I've seconded the leader's proposal as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
For, and we'll see what the local government ombudsman has to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker.
First of all, I concur with what Councillor Durham said, and we should be very, very, very careful here. For.
Thank you. Councillor Hurd.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Keys.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lagan.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Against.
Councillor Morley.
For.
Councillor Morris.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
Against.
Councillor Siddle.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Sheens.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Swain.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Thompson.
For.
Thank you. And Councillor Miss White.
For.
Chairman, the results of that vote are 13 for and 16 against. Thank you.
Then that fails. So, Leader, can you remind us of your proposal?
I can, but I need some help because Councillor Bamford said I'd said the wrong committee. Can I have clarity? Because then the list that I've got, Mr. Dodson, I've got council appointments on PG&A, overview and scrutiny, investigating and disciplinary panel pool and licensing. Are they the four that we're talking about, please? Because I will have to amend my proposal if I'm incorrect, and I apologise to the council, but that's what I've got written down. Thank you.
So you're saying the overview and scrutiny and investigation and disciplinary panel pool, and this is going to be determined by the council?
Yes, but I've been told I'm incorrect, Chairman, so I need clarification. If I'm incorrect, I need to know if it is licensing or investigation and disciplinary panel pool. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, if
Mr.
I can answer that. The four committees that need to be appointed to, that where there are spare seats, are PGA, licensing, overview and scrutiny, and IDP.
Disciplinary pool.
And but I think what Mr. Quelch said was the three, PGA, licensing, and overview and scrutiny, are all 10-person committees. And as such, those were the ones that he pointed out should be favoured in terms of appointing these two seats to either of any of those three.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I know Councillor Bamford's wanting to come in here, but am I allowed to withdraw my amendment if it's seconded by a councillor and propose the new one to include licensing?
Right. I'll go to Councillor Bamford first because she's raised a point of order. I think that's the proposal has been made and seconded. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
So are you saying that we should go with that, whether it's right or wrong?
No, you don't have to. You've withdrawn it. You're allowed to withdraw.
The point I've made is that the proposal has been made and seconded, so we should vote on it.
think somebody can withdraw it, surely.
I think we are looking at an amendment here, are we not? Mr. Quelch, can you help us?
Yeah, yes, I think I can. I had understood that actually that the leader hadn't put her proposal after the first proposal of Councillor Bamford fell. I didn't think she'd actually put it. So you can only put a second proposal after disposal of the first. So insofar as the leader was talking about investigatory and disciplinary panel, that wasn't a proposal in itself, because you only had one proposal on its table, unless I've not heard that there was a proposal put after the first proposal fell. And I didn't hear anything. So that means that there isn't a second proposal yet on the table to be amended.
All right. Can I go to Councillor Thompson, who has a point of order?
Thank you, Chairman. Through you, I may need Mr. Quelch's help on this. I'm frantically trying to find some information on the investigation and disciplinary panel, but I don't believe it sits in its entirety, unlike a committee. I think it's a so many out, or rather like a licensing subcommittee. But if I could ask for some help on that through you, please, Chairman.
Can I ask what your point of order is?
Well, it was actually point of clarification. That's what I'm trying to find out, because if it's not a normal committee of the council and not only part of it sits at any one time, then we shouldn't be including it. If I'm right, and I don't know if I'm right, which is why I'm asking for your help, please, Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Quelch?
I think whatever the answer on that question is, the point is this, that it has to be, according to my understanding of the political balance provisions, it has to be where it's called Principle D, and it's where there is more underrepresentation by the Democratic Alliance. And that's where there is a tie on just those three bigger committees: licensing, overview and scrutiny, and PGA. So it has to be, according to my understanding, those three committees. Now, the other committee is much smaller, and that's why there isn't an underrepresentation, and therefore the Principle D requires that it has to be one of these three that I've mentioned.
I see, because they're main committees.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, can I come in and make a proper proposal now, please?
Yes, please. Yeah, please do.
I would like to propose that the two additional allocations for the Democratic Alliance Group are allocated to Overview and Scrutiny Committee and the Licensing Committee, Chairman. And can I ask for a seconder, please?
So I will second that, Leader and Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So do any other members want to add anything before I go to a vote? Right, in that case, can we agree that by assent, or does anybody request?
We have a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote, is that seconded?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, Tara, a recorded vote, please. This is to allow the two places, overview and scrutiny and licensing. Should we take those together, or can we split them?
Together, please, Chair.
Please.
That's the proposal then, that they are together.
Okay, Chairman.
Yes. May I move an amendment, Chairman, on that?
Go ahead, Councillor Channer. You're muted at the moment.
Well, I've got a problem then, I think, Chairman. I've got my mic open, so okay, I'll just have to wait.
I hear you now. I hear you now. Oh, you've gone off again. Councillor Boyce, you wish to speak?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. The statute says that they need to be ordinary members of the council, ordinary committees of the council, and that implies that they're ongoing committees and not one that might not sit. So in my view, the idea of pooled committees such as I&D are not shouldn't be in the equation. Was a question for you, Chairman. Was the licensing committee one of the committees that was first put in with the 64, or has it been added since?
Mr. Dodson, are you able to answer that?
Who's Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Dodson.
Yes, that was included, Chairman.
Was included.
Thank you, Chairman. Then, if Mr. Quelch would agree with me, then it is appropriate for licensing and PN overview and scrutiny to be considered. Although, personally, if I'd have been involved, I would have picked another solution. However, I'm happy with that.
Okay, thank you. So we have the proposal for the places overview and scrutiny and licensing. It's been duly seconded. We've had a recorded vote which has been seconded. So we'll now go to the recorded vote. Thank you, Tara.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, if you could indicate for, against or abstain, and this is for the 2 additional allocations for the Democratic Alliance Group allocated to Overview and Scrutiny and Licensing Committee. Thank you very much.
This is the proposal by Councillor Stamp, is that correct?
Yes, Chairman.
Right, thank you.
Starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
Thank you, Tara. This is a difficult one because I don't disagree with this, but because I actually proposed PGA before and that was turned down, I've got to go against it. But I do agree that they should have the 2 committee places. So this is difficult.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bassinger, please.
For, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
For.
Councillor Boyce.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Against, because I'm following Councillor Bamford as I supported her.
Thank you very much. Councillor Durham.
Oh, thank you, Miss Bird. On the basis that I believe that the leader of the group should have the choice, I'm regrettably voting against, and this will be referred to the local government ombudsman for a report. Thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker.
Against, and I think you should listen to what Councillor Durham is saying.
Councillor Hurd.
I will abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
I'd just like to say that the chairman said about working with people together, and he's working against us at the moment, and I'm against. Thank you.
Andy proposed the deputy leader.
Please, gentlemen. Point of order, please. Point of order. Can we stop having interruptions, please? Thank you.
Can we carry on with the vote, please, and no additional comments? Thank you. Councillor Hull, you're next.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Keys.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lagan.
It's a shame that we're not in the chamber, so I could give you a sweet to remove the bad taste. Definitely 4, please.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Definitely 4.
Councillor Nunn.
4.
Councillor Shaughnessy.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Skeens.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Phillips.
4.
Swain.
4.
Councillor Mrs. Thompson.
Against.
And Councillor Miss White.
Although I support members of the Alliance being on these committees, I think the proposal is flawed. Therefore, it's only for that reason that I vote against.
Point of order.
Can we just have for or against, please?
I ended it with against.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The results of that are 16 for, 12 against and 1 abstention. Thank you, Chairman.
In that case, that has passed. Mr. Dodson, do you have the next part of this? Agenda item 15. I think we've got one place left to find, have we?
So, Chairman, there are 2 places left to appoint to. Councillor Helm would now need to nominate his members to those 2 positions that have been allocated to the Democratic Alliance, and then the 2 remaining places need to be appointed by council, which I think would now be the position on PGA and the position on IDP.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Helm, do you have 2 names, one for overview and scrutiny and one for licensing?
Overview and scrutiny, myself, Mr. Chairman, and Bob Boyce for licensing, please.
I will second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Can that, as we have voted on that, I don't think we have to go around again and vote on that, Tara, do we?
Chairman, I think that can just probably be added because we'll obviously be voting on committees at a later stage.
Yes, I think so. I think so. So the next part then is.
Sorry, Chairman. Sorry to intervene, but I believe there's an issue with Councillor Helm sitting on PGA and overview and scrutiny.
Sorry.
Do you have another name, Councillor Helm?
Councillor Boyce for overview and scrutiny, and Councillor Boyce for the other one, please. Or is on? Yeah, Councillor Boyce for both, please.
Councillor Boyce for both.
Yes, please.
Chairman, I don't. If Councillor Helm can't be on PGA and overview and scrutiny, I don't think I can either, can I?
Chairman, you can't sit on a programme committee and overview and scrutiny.
That's correct.
Do you have another name, Councillor Helm?
Councillor Dewitt. He's already on overview and scrutiny. Which one do you want one for now? Both of them or one of them?
Well, you can't sit on S&R or PG&A and overview and scrutiny because the council decreed that.
Councillor Boyce for licensing, please. And as neither myself or Bob can go on overview and scrutiny, we've been scuppered by you. Thank you.
So are you saying you're not going to put a name forward?
We can't put one, according to you.
In that case, would that be awarded by council?
Bob, but hang on, those new rules don't come in until after.
Excuse me, point of order.
Weren't.
We are not in a debate, Mr. Chairman.
Can I seek advice from Mr. Quelch, please?
Point of order, Chairman. Point of order, please. It is for you as Chairman to say if someone can speak or not. We are actually discussing a very serious matter here because a proposal went forward that actually was not valid because it applied to people not being able to sit because the Democratic Alliance already said who they wanted to put places, and now they're being denied that through the proposal that appears to be given. And of course, with the selection they've had, they're now putting in this invidious position. It's not fair, Chairman. They have a right to 2 seats and the names they want.
Well, I think that we have already agreed that we've already agreed that it is overview and scrutiny and licensing. We've already agreed that. I've got a couple of speakers here, but I'd like to go to Mr. Quelch first because I think we're getting in a bit of a soup here. Mr. Quelch, what's your advice?
Chairman, my point was, yes, that was agreed, but they're now being told that the names can't. Mr. Dodson came in and said, because of the nominations previously, which are on the order paper tonight, as a result of that proposal, that they now find themselves in the invidious position of saying they can't be on overview and scrutiny. I'm sorry, it can't be on PGA or whatever because there are overview scrutiny coming in. So what I'm saying is, overview scrutiny was put forward for them when actually they've got some nominations on to the PGA. If you look at the order paper, I think I'm seeing that correct. We've got Councillor Helm on performance, governance and audit and Councillor Boyce on strategy and resources. So the very fact of putting forward overview and scrutiny to say was the committee, and they've already got Councillor Dewick on, they're stymied, as Councillor Helm has pointed out.
Mr. Quelch, can you assist?
Difficult, unless Councillor Helm is able to move completely around everybody, because I see that Councillor Helm is on performance and governance, Councillor Boyce is on strategy, and Councillor Dewick is on overview and scrutiny. Now, if there's a way of moving those three around so that there can be two Democratic Alliance members on licensing and overview and scrutiny.
Well, I think the other option might be to have Councillor Dewick on both. Would that be an option? Overview and scrutiny and licensing.
Yes, there's well, Councillor Dewick is already on overview and scrutiny.
Right. Okay.
That's why I was wondering whether Councillor Helm could, if it's possible to move people around. I'm just looking at that now. If someone else can assist me, one of the other officers.
All right. Can I go to Mr. Dodson, please? I see you've got your hand up, Mr. Dodson.
So sorry, that was from earlier when I raised the issue around the not being able to sit on both, and I don't think it can be done, to be honest. With the issue is because there are four. The numbers are based on 4 and the allocation, but obviously at the moment there are only 3 of the councillors who are able to do it. So it's not possible to have. There would always have to be 2 on. Have to be somebody who's on PGA and ONS for it to work, or SNR and ONS.
That is their choice, though.
Yeah, well, Councillor Mays, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is their choice. They do have options available to them, and had they actually done what the independents did and put their lists in on time, we would not be in this muddle. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks. Although we are in this muddle now. Councillor Morris first, and then Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Chairman. Due to his constant interruptions, I would like to put forward a proposal that Councillor Fluker no longer be heard. Thank you.
Well, I think that is for the chairman to do, Councillor Morris. I'm grateful for your thoughts at the moment. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not sure if this is the right opportunity. If not, I'm happy to defer. But I'm obviously a non-aligned Conservative. I'm keen to serve on the PGA committee. I've obviously been on it since its formation as its vice chair, and been involved in lots of aspects of negotiation, of relevant professional qualifications in finance and governance, and I'd like to continue to serve on it if that's at all possible. And I'd just like to make that appeal across the chamber to all councillors. I am interested in serving on PGA for the benefit of the council and for the benefit of the people of Malden. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, if I may,
yes, Welch, please.
This may not please Councillor Jarvis, but I think the only way it might work, and maybe Mr. Dodson would have a look at this as well, is actually if Democratic Alliance actually did have PGA and licensing. I think it's the overview and scrutiny one that's the problem. So I think if say
correct.
I think that would actually work.
Yeah, yeah.
And if that is the only constitutional way it can work, because of the Constitution, because of the change in the Constitution recently about this separation of powers, then in fact Democratic Alliance would actually have to have licensing and PGA, which I think is what they wanted, or almost what they wanted.
All right, I've got. Thank you, Mr. Crouch. I've got 4 speakers. Councillor Siddle first.
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of this, we've taken a vote. We've had a motion which is passed. That has been agreed by the council. The terms of reference, as Mr. Quelch has just stated, says that that people who are on PGA and S&R cannot sit on overview and scrutiny. It's nothing to do with fairness. It's just to do with the constitution of the council. So we've taken a vote. Those are the positions, and we need to move on.
Chairman, if I may speak again, if you permit me to speak.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Crouch.
Chairman, I hear what Councillor Siddle says, and a vote has been taken. But now we realise, looking at the situation again, that cannot constitutionally be right. And because the legislation requires that the Democratic Alliance do have the 2 seats to comply with the principles, that means the only 2 committees I can see that they could have are PGA and licensing.
Can I come back, please?
Yes, Councillor Siddle.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, that they have the allocation. The situation that the PGA is in at the moment is that one of their councillors is unable to sit on committees. So the council has been constitutional in terms of the allocation. It is unfortunate that one of their councillors at the moment is under a sanction. So therefore, that person is unable to sit on any committees. And that is the reason why the Democratic Alliance are in the position that they are. It has got nothing to do with the constitution of the council. One of their councillors has a sanction that they cannot sit on a committee.
Okay, I'm just going to go to Councillor Thompson, who has a point of order.
Thank you, Chairman. It is not reasonable that council should make a decision that forces a group not to be able to take up its full allocation of places. It is simply not reasonable. We know what this is all about. I hear what Councillor Siddle is saying, but a suggestion has been made for something that it is simply not possible to do. So I do not see, Chairman, how you can allow this to happen. But thank you.
Chairman,
sorry, Chairman. Could I say something, please?
Yes, I'd like to move on from this, really.
Well, it's been raised. There is a way that it could work, which would be if either Councillor Helm doubled up on PGA and strategy and resources, or Councillor Boyce did. That would free the other member to sit on overview and scrutiny.
Councillor, oh, what have we got here? Point of orders, first of all. Is it Councillor Durham who's got a point of order?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I know you want to move on, and I'm sure you're now going to use your power as Chairman to do so. Yeah. Chairman, you've just had a perfectly reasonable legal opinion from the monitoring officer. Previously in this meeting, other members have said that we should be following his legal opinion. We can't pick and choose what legal opinion of his to follow. You are perfectly at liberty, as the chairman, to make a ruling. Mr. Quelch has said that the way out of this is to provide a position on PG&A and on licensing, and hence the problem is solved. I sincerely hope that you make that ruling, as is your ability. As I said, let's not pick and choose what legal opinions we take this evening, because we're just going to get ourselves in a pickle, and the Ombudsman will sit and watch this tape and absolutely love every minute of it. Thank you.
Thank you. There was
Chairman?
one other. Yes, leader.
Oh, sorry. I'll come back. I think is it Councillor Nunn before me, Chairman?
Well, Councillor Swain has a point of order.
Okay. Sorry.
Then
Thank you.
Councillor Nunn. If you could be concise, please, Councillor Swain.
Yes, certainly, Chairman. And that is, given the sanctions that Councillor Fluker is under, does he come into the calculation of political balance as far as committees are concerned?
Well, I believe, yes, I believe that he does. The fact that he can't sit on the committees, he's still part of that, group, I would say. Councillor Nunn.
No, I'm okay, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to bring this to a close very shortly. I'll just go to Councillor Channer.
I think I asked to speak first, didn't I, Chair?
Chairman, I have got 5 people waiting to speak, just to advise you.
I've been waiting quite a while, Chairman.
Yeah, I will take Councillor Channer first.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With no disrespect to the Vice Chairman of the Council, Councillor Mays. Councillor Mays made a point that it's down to the fault of the Democratic Alliance for not getting their list in on time. Can I just remind members, the leader said quite clearly that everyone needed to be aware of this situation, which blew up late this afternoon. And therefore, as we can see on the order papers, the leader of the Democratic Alliance had submitted those names that he believed he should submit and asked to submit. He was in a meeting, I believe, with the other leaders. Names came forward and we can see them on our order paper. What has happened is the leader of the Democratic Alliance finds himself in the position tonight as a result of an issue that blew up this afternoon in this position, and the council finds itself in its position. So I have to say, I resent comments being made, with all due respect to the Vice Chairman, that the leader of the Democratic Alliance should have got his list in on time. I think that's a very unfair statement, because that is not the issue. The issue is what has blown up this afternoon and is now causing this problem in this chamber, Chairman. And I would like that minuted, please.
Right, thank you very much. So, Councillor Helm, can I just ask you for just to stand by? I'll go on, leader. I'll go with you first.
Thank you. I think we're all missing. Mr. Dodson came up with the actual to be able to solve the puzzle. Why is nobody listening to Mr. Dodson?
Yes, I was just about to put that to Councillor Helm.
Because he's not the legal officer.
Councillor Helm.
Chairman, can I just ask, we were told when we did the briefings here not for members to shout out, and the previous chairman was really adamant, Councillor Channer, that we were not going to be shouting out. We are having so much shouting out, it's unbelievable. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, can I call for some politeness, please, within this? So, are you there, Councillor Helm?
Yes, I am, Councillor Hurd.
Right, there is a suggestion that you would go on to Strategy and Resources and PG&A, and that would free up your other member for overview and scrutiny.
Okay.
Is that acceptable to you?
That's acceptable to me, yes.
Mr. Quelch, is that legal? Sure it is. Are you there, Mr. Quelch?
Is the leader of the Democratic Alliance saying that Councillor Boyce would come off Strategy and, that he would go on to that?
Yeah.
and then that Councillor Boyce would go on to overview and scrutiny.
Yes.
That's constitutional. Yes.
Right. Then I think that's what we should go for, and then that meets the criteria, I believe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Do any other members have anything to say on that?
Chairman, I've got Councillor Boyce, Councillor Mays, and Councillor Bell wanting to speak.
Okay, I'll go Councillor Boyce.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, Mrs. Channer said most of what I intended to say. Councillor Mays and to a certain extent Councillor Siddle were grossly unfair to Councillor Helm. He, on the meeting that the leaders had, was given what is now incorrect information. That is why we're in this position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mays.
I withdraw my question as it's already been answered.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will keep this brief. A motion has been passed. We have been told of a way how we can meet the requirements of that by Mr. Dodson. So any reference to not following legal advice is irrelevant, because we are, and really threatening us with the Ombudsman, really, I suggest we move on. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that. So we'll take that to the vote in that case. And I think that, Tara, if I've got this right, this is Councillor Helm to go on strategy and resources and PG&A, and Councillor Dewick onto overview and scrutiny. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman, that is correct. I just had a query about what's happening about licensing, because that was one of the ones that was moved to them, just not clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chairman, isn't Councillor Helm on PGA already, looking at it? The order paper I've got.
Can you help me there, Mr. Dodson?
I thought it was doubling up. I thought Mr. Quelch was meaning Councillor Boyce might double up onto PGA, so the two Democratic Alliance have that seat. And then that frees up, then there'd be Councillor Boyce on strategy and resources, and then that would free up, I believe, overview scrutiny and licensing for Councillor Dewick. Maybe I've misinterpreted. But I think the idea was the one member, because strategy and resources can't take another, on my order paper, can't take another position. Councillor Boyce has already been deemed by that with the names the leader of the Democratic Alliance has given you. I'm thinking there's meant to be doubling up from what Mr. Dodson said on PGA with another Democratic Alliance seat. And then Councillor Dewick would be over scrutiny and licensing.
Sorry, Chair, with your permission, I think what I suggested was that if Councillor Helm sat on both strategy and resources and performance governance and audit, it frees up Councillor Boyce to take the extra position on overview and scrutiny, and then they can also add another councillor to licensing, because there are no limits on sitting on that and another committee. Thank you.
So have we got somebody for licensing? Mr. Dodson.
Sorry, that's for Councillor Helm to confirm.
Right, I understand that we're only looking for 2 places for the DAG, aren't we? Councillor Bamford.
We need to follow legal advice.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm totally confused now, and I'm sure most of us are, as to what on earth we are being asked to do here. So I think someone needs to clarify. As I understood it, my original proposal was the one that we could have gone with, but now I'm thinking that it's PGA and licensing that we're talking about now. So I just confused.
Yes, I have to say that I think it is becoming very confusing. I'm going to go back to the report, Mr. Dodson. Can we see this report? Because I think it is becoming rather foggy as to who is going where and those people who are putting up for it. So can you clarify?
Okay, we started with four spaces, and I confirmed via the under section C, 2 of those had to go to the Democratic Alliance. It was my understanding that on the second option that was put forward, that it was agreed that those 2 would be for overview and scrutiny and licensing. So yes. Councillor Helm then subsequently confirmed that he would go on to strategy and resources and PGA, which would then free up Councillor Boyce to take the additional space on overview and scrutiny. So then Councillor Helm needs to appoint somebody to take the additional seat in licensing. That leaves an additional seat on PGA to be allocated by council and an additional seat on the IDP to be appointed by council. Once those are appointed, then council can agree all of those positions.
Okay, so can we see them up on a screen at all?
Chairman, are you wanting the table in the report or the appendix up on the screen?
I think we'll take the, well, I don't think the report is going to help us terribly much. What we're trying to do is to fill in the names of who's going where. At the moment, I've got Councillor Helm on S&R and PGA and Councillor Boyce on ONS.
So I've just made a couple of changes, Chairman, in respect of what was mentioned. So Councillor Helm replacing Councillor Boyce on strategy and resources, and Councillor Boyce going on to overview and scrutiny. And I believe it was mentioned that Councillor Boyce was going on licensing as well. And that then takes out the 1 space for licensing and the 1 space for overview and scrutiny.
Right. Okay. So, Mr. Quelch, are we legal on that? I think we are.
That correctly from Councillor Helm.
Well, Chairman, I propose actually that we go with what Mr. Quelch said, and he said it should be PGA. And I think we need to take that legal advice. That is what Mr. Quelch's advice was. And it could be PGA and licensing.
All right. Leader?
Can Mr. Quelch say whether it's legal advice or not? I mean, I think we've actually come to a solution now with the help of Mr. Dodson. And I think all it needs is ratifying or agreed from the Democratic Alliance leader, which is Mr. Helm, Councillor Helm, and then we can move on. I don't see that's an issue here. I think the problem has been solved, and I don't believe there is a legality issue here. Maybe, and that's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, I think that's right. Can you just confirm that everything we've done has been legal?
The point is that it actually does have to be Councillor Helm's decision here.
Yes.
In this respect. I mean, he has already what Mr. Dodson suggested works, but that depends on whether Councillor Helm is happy with that. If he's not happy with it, because those are his selections as group leader, if he's not happy, then it would have to be he would have to allocate to licensing and PGA. So it really is in the hands of Councillor Helm.
Well, I think he did agree these. Could you confirm that you're happy with that, Councillor Helm?
No.
Who said
Councillor Helm, I'm asking.
Speaking for Councillor Helm, I think that's a bit disrespectful, as we said earlier on, and I know I'm doing exactly, so I'm a hypocrite, but can we stop butting in and just get the business done?
Yes, Councillor Helm, can I ask you if you're happy with those arrangements?
I'm not happy, but if we carry on like this, we'll be going on all night, so I'll accept it, okay?
Right, you'll accept it, okay. In that case, that's what we'll do. We'll go for agreement on that. Do we need to take a vote on that, Tara? Or can we do that by assent?
No, because those then fit. Those then go in. Those are Councillor Helm's choices.
Yes.
They now go into the appendix with all the names.
Right.
And at that point, you vote.
Right. In that case, then we will go to the vote, and members can decide whether they are for or against this proposal.
Chairman, there's still also the 2 floating seats left to be decided. The appendix needs to be also have those 2 names fitted in as well, which is again council will need to nominate those.
Right. So this will be the investigation and disciplinary panel pool and licensing. Is that correct?
No, PG&A.
PG&A and investigating and disciplinary panel pool. What are the other 2 seats, Mr. Dodson?
It's it is PGA and the investigating and disciplinary panel pool. Those are the other 2 that council needs to nominate to.
Right.
Nominate okay. Carl Jarvis.
Chairman, I think you'll find I've put a thing in the bar when you're ready.
Yes, leader, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'd like to thank the other leader of the Democratic Party, Councillor Helm, for assisting us to move that on. I think that is absolutely excellent. So thank you very much. I would now like to propose that the council member that is going to be allocated on PG&A is Councillor Carl Jarvis. And I also would like to nominate Councillor Carl Jarvis on the I&D panel, please, Chair. And can I have any seconders, please?
Councillor Nunn seconded on both.
And I'd like a recorded vote if that's agreeable to, if I can get that seconded, please, Councillor Chairman.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So we now have all of those places, I'm very pleased to say. And we'll now go to the vote either for or against those. Thank you. Thank you, Tara.
Chairman, I believe we can put another nomination in, can we not?
If there are other nominations, yes, although this one has been proposed and seconded, but I will take other nominations.
Well, our other nomination for PGA is Sue White. And for the I&D panel, it is Clive Morley.
Okay.
And I'd like a recorded vote, please.
And I'm happy to second both of those, Chairman.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll go with the Councillor Helm and the leader's proposal for the time being, and we have a recorded vote on that, please, Tara.
Sorry, Chairman, I'm just a bit confused. Can you just confirm, so are we voting on the proposal from Councillor Helm first and then going to deal with the leaders' vote, or are you doing it all together?
Yes, we'll deal with Councillor Helm's agreement as per the schedule, and then we can take the leader's proposal for Councillor Jarvis to be on PGA and investigation disciplinary.
Okay, so this is a recorded vote in respect of the nominations that Councillor Helm has given us?
Yes.
Okay, Chairman.
Thank you.
So if you could indicate for, against or abstain, please. Starting with Councillor Bamford, please. These are the nominations from Council appointment. These are
the nominations that have been agreed by Councillor Helm.
We're voting on what? Sorry, I'm totally confused what we're voting on now.
So
why are we voting on this?
So could we just have the schedule up again, please, Tara?
We shouldn't be voting on this, Chairman.
Sorry, Chairman. I think Councillor Bamford's right. I don't think there needs to be a vote on this because the positions were agreed, and then they were nominated to by Councillor Helm. It's just the remaining 2 positions on the one on performance governance and audit and
Okay.
the one on IDP, which need to be voted upon.
Right. Okay. So we've agreed the places for Councillor Helm. So the next thing to vote for is the proposal by the leader for Councillor Jarvis to be a member of the PG&A and Investigation and Disciplinary Committee.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very
Right.
much. So starting
Okay.
with Councillor Bamford, please.
Councillor Bamford.
Against, sorry, against.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Miss Beale.
Against.
Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Channer.
Against. This is not fair because it's not what the Democratic Alliance leader wanted.
Move on.
Councillor Doran.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hurd.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Against.
Councillor Jarvis.
For.
Councillor Keys.
Against.
Councillor Lagan.
For, please, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Wholeheartedly for.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
For.
Fiddle.
For.
Councillor Schemes.
For.
Councillor Stamp.
For.
Councillor Stilts.
For.
Councillor Swain.
For.
Councillor Mrs Thompson.
Against.
And Councillor Miss White.
Against.
Thank you, Chairman. The results of that are 16 for, 13 against and no abstentions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. That is carried then. Agenda item 16 is actually an adjournment of the meeting in order that we can make the...
Sorry, Chairman. Sorry, I have to interrupt. That was the vote for Councillor Jarvis on performance governance and audit. We haven't actually voted for the other proposal and we haven't agreed the committee membership yet.
All right. Okay, so we'll go with the second proposal, which was by Councillor Bamford, I believe, which was for Councillor Sue White.
Chair.
We don't have to do that.
Chair, I think we're Ms Bird, can you help the chairman? I think we're actually now voting on the I&D panel, aren't we? My proposal was in two parts first. If that fails, then we go to Councillor Bamford. But the first one has actually been approved, Chairman. I hope you don't mind me helping you on that one. It's getting a bit confusing.
That's right, Chair. So it would be the leader's proposition for Councillor Jarvis to go on the investigating disciplinary panel pool.
Yes, that has passed. Yes.
No, we haven't voted on that, Chairman. We voted on him going on to Performance Governance and Audit Committee.
Right. So what is it? Sorry, what is the next proposal?
For Councillor Jarvis to go on the investigating and disciplinary panel.
Okay. Okay, can we take the vote for that, please?
Yeah, certainly, Chairman. Starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
Against.
Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Brian Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
For.
Councillor Boyce.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Channer.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
Against.
Councillor Fluker.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hurd.
For.
Councillor Helm.
Against.
Councillor Hull.
Against.
Councillor Jarvis.
For.
Councillor Keys.
Against.
Councillor Lagan.
For.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Morley.
Against.
Thank you, Councillor Morris.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Nunn.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Shaughnessy.
For.
Councillor Siddle.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Skeens.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Stamp.
For.
Councillor Stilts.
For.
Councillor Swain.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs Thompson.
Against.
And Councillor Miss White.
Against.
Thank you, Chairman. So the result of that is 16 for, 13 against and no abstentions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Right, I think we now need to approve the positions as a whole, and then we'll hold the committee meetings to nominate the appointments panel, I believe.
Yes, Chairman, and just to advise that Councillor Boyce did want to speak in relation to area planning committees, as he advised earlier.
Yes, Chairman.
I'm going to just before you start. I know we've still got a little bit to go through. I'm going to propose a comfort break in a moment, but I just think we want to. I want to clear this matter first. Agenda item 15. Councillor Boyce.
Chairman, if you're going to go for a comfort break, I think what I'm going to say might be best held after it, because, all right, I shall continue. Agenda item 15, in relation to the area committees, there's an advisory there that says that we can do this because of the 1990 regulations, part 4, paragraph 16A. There's two issues here, Chairman. That actually, as on my reading, says that we can have an area committee that's not politically balanced, providing it isn't greater than 2/5 of the area of the district, the authority, or more than 2/5 of the population of the district. Now, I believe that probably fails on both parts. And what we have here is, I suggest, what we actually do is we use Section 17 of the Local Government and Housing Act 1989. Can you or Mr. Quelch confirm this?
Mr. Quelch.
I'm surprised to hear that, because for years area planning committee has always been considered to be each one less within the thresholds of political balance not applying. I think this is the first time this has been raised. Yep. The geography hasn't changed. I suppose it's possible from last year to this that the population has changed. I am not aware. I don't know the population of each area committee, so the council has always treated each of the 3 area committees as within the thresholds of political balance not applying. So my question would be what has changed in terms of bypassing or going beyond the threshold in section 16A of the regulations, and I'm not aware of anything.
16A, as I read it, kindly thanks to you supplying it to me, actually says, providing that it's not greater than 2/5 of the area, and South East is certainly larger than 2/5 of the area, and that 2/5 of the population. And I think probably one or more areas meets that as well. And you quite rightly say that this hasn't arisen before, although I have questioned it before, and I have been referred to this 1990 Part 4. Does Section 17 of the Local Government and Housing Act apply to our area committees?
Well, Chairman, is Section 17, is Councillor talking about the disapplication provisions in Section 17?
Section 17 says that an authority can give consent providing it is unanimous with no member dissenting.
In which case, Chairman, yes, that's the disapplication provisions. We use them. The council used them in June, if you remember, in relation to Joint Standards Committee. The question, I suppose, the question really is, Chairman, whether this 2/5 geography threshold has been passed. As I say, for quite a few years, I think it's always been accepted that the area committees have been within the 2/5. So I can't answer that. I don't know the geography.
No, can I go to Councillor Nunn next then? Thank you, Mr. Quelch.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Can I ask, Chairman, whether any notice has been given by Councillor Boyce to this proposed change?
Sorry?
Has any notice been given of this proposed change?
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, my question was, can I ask, please, whether any notice has been given to this proposed change of disapplication by Councillor Boyce?
I've received
I don't have to give any notice. I'm asking a simple question. Does Section 17 apply?
Through the chair, it sounded like a proposition to me.
No. It's Chairman. Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Nunn. It's not a proposition. I'm asking a simple question. The effect of the Section 17 is that if any member votes against in this case, giving up political balance in the area committees, they have to then be politically balanced. It's not a proposition, it's just a legal fact. It's not in our constitution because it's statute. And Mr. Quelch has attempted to answer, but he seems to be, well, I mustn't say he's evading the question, but he's not answering the question. Does Section 17 apply? Although, to give him his due, he did say he didn't know about what 2/5 of the geography of the district is, but I can assure him that the southeast area is more than 2/5 of the total area of the district.
Chairman, I did actually ask to speak before Councillor Nunn. I asked to speak at 2018 and Councillor Nunn. Whilst I absolutely admire Councillor Boyce, and he knows I do, can I ask what the relevance of this is? I thought we were actually trying to not protect our officers, but what is the relevance of asking this question at this moment in time? And I also agree with Councillor Nunn. You know, this is a very detailed, specific use of the law, and I think a bit of notice would have been common courtesy. And I'm not being insulted, Councillor Boyce, you know I think the absolute world of you, but can you tell me why you've actually raised this now? Are you proposing that something's changed? Hang on, I haven't finished yet. I didn't interrupt you. I'd like to know in the relation of it, and most probably why you didn't give more notice to Mr. Quelch. Thank you.
Yes, I think I would have liked to.
Chairman, I asked a simple question, and I'm amazed.
I don't think that Mr. Quelch is able to answer that. Perhaps he can come back to you when we are not meeting.
Well, no, it'll be too late then.
Chairman, well, perhaps that question should have been put a little bit earlier, Councillor Boyce.
Chairman, with your permission, could I try and clarify, if you'll permit me, to clarify. The answer is that Councillor Boyce is seeking is yes, if the threshold doesn't apply, if one of the area planning committees is beyond the 2/5 geographically, then yes, Councillor Boyce is right. Section 17 does apply. The political balance provisions can be disapplied if there is no member that objects to the disapplication. The question for me rather is, I don't know the geography sufficiently of the district, the size of each area committee to say whether in fact what was previously thought to be within the threshold is now over the threshold.
I don't think, as you say, I don't think that geography has changed at all, and I'm going to move on from this, and that's something that you'll have to take up another time.
Well, no, I'm not prepared to take it another time. I will be voting against giving up political balance in the area committees, and I would ask that my vote be recorded against it.
Right, okay. I think I'm prepared to adjourn this meeting now, just for a comfort break of 10 minutes. And we will resume on agenda item number 16 at 8:35, please.
Sorry, Chairman, we still haven't finished agenda item 15.
Right,
we haven't voted on the committees. Sorry, Chairman.
So this is to confirm the nominations of the appointments board, is it?
No, Chairman, we need to agree the nominations of the leaders and the appointment of the various members to the committees as set out in the appendix.
Right, okay. This doesn't seem to appear on my script here. Can you help me, Mr. Dodson?
Chairman, it's recommendation 2 on the report that the member nominations set out in Appendix A be approved.
Oh yes, I've got it.
Obviously, we dealt with recommendation 3, which was that where nominations haven't been received to appoint to those committees. So we've actually combined the two effectively, but we need to agree the nominations.
Okay, are members happy to agree those nominations? In that case, we'll take it to the vote then.
Sorry, Chairman, I can't use the chat.
Yes, Councillor Edwards.
On the Strategy and Resources Committee, on my sheet, Councillor Skeens is not on it, and he should be, sorry.
What page are you on?
Appendix A.
Appendix A, yes.
Page 13.
Yeah, I see that, yes.
Councillors Edwards, Largan, Siddle, Stamp and Swain, and it should include Councillor Skeens.
I've got Councillor Skeens on my copy.
Oh,
so have I, Chairman.
Sorry, mine's out of date then. Sorry, thank you.
All right, okay. So, so members, can we go back to the recommendations that the member nominations set out in Appendix A be approved?
Agreed.
Agreed. Chairman,
yes,
I asked to come in because I would like to clarify the significance of what Councillor Boyce has raised. Does that affect Appendix A? And we haven't agreed the recommendation 1, little 1, on the order paper either.
Recommendation. Well, I think we've agreed the allocation of seats on committees. I think that has been agreed.
Actually vote on that, Chairman.
Chairman, I'm sorry, Chairman, can I just interrupt here? You may not know this, or you may, but I do suffer from a complaint, and I do feel that I might need to have a committee break, and we haven't finished yet. But I don't want to be denied having the right to vote on any matters that might come up, which would be the case if I'm not present, Chairman. I have to have done this publicly.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
Can we just not move to the votes? If members want, Chairman, if members want to vote individually on the recommendations, it'll be 5 minutes, and then there are lots of other people would like a comfort break as well, rather than break in the middle of this.
I was answering the Chairman of the Council's question. Apologies. I've been spoken over, Chairman. You might not have heard me. I'm just saying, I hate to have had to admit this publicly.
Hear, hear, Penny.
Yes, I understand that. I think what we'll do is we'll go for the comfort break now, and then we'll take the vote when we come back. So it's 8:30 now. We'll have 10 minutes, please.
Chairman, I'll just check with IT.
Thank you.
We're now live, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, members and members of the public. We're still on agenda item 15, and we have the recommendations that are set out on the report on page 9. And that is that the allocation of seats on committees as set out in section 3.6 below be ratified. Are members agreeable of that?
No, Chairman.
Then could I ask for a recorded vote?
We'll go to the vote on that and see whether we agree or not. So can we? Did somebody say there was a recorded vote?
Yes, a recorded vote, please.
That's seconded.
I seconded that.
Councillor.
Thank you. Okay, Tara, if you could call.
Sorry,
and we are
Chair, sorry to interrupt. I think Councillor Keys is not back in yet. He can't get back in.
Okay, we'll wait for the IT for that.
I will try and invite him again, Chairman. Bear with me a moment.
Thanks, Chair.
Chairman, I'm not quite clear. Are we agreeing 3.6? Are we having names there?
I think Miss Bird has got the names.
I'd like to know the names because I'm not clear on the names.
Are we able to put them up, Tara, please?
And I'm not sure where the proposals were for the names, if I'm honest.
Yes, Chairman. Bear with me a moment.
Thank you.
So, members, this is Appendix 1 that I have just amended following the Council's agreement of nominations to committees. So, Councillor Jarvis has been nominated to Performance Governance. Councillor Helm has swapped round his nomination on Strategy and Resources. He's added Councillor Boyce to Licensing. He's added Councillor Boyce to Overview and Scrutiny. And then Councillor Jarvis has been added to Investigating and Disciplinary Panel.
Thank you very much. We'll now take the recorded vote.
So, Chairman, we're taking a vote in relation to recommendation 1 on the report, or are you taking recorded vote in relation to the Appendix A?
We're going to do 1 and 2.
Okay, so recommendation 1 is that the allocation of seats on the committees as set out in 3.6 of the report be ratified, and then recommendation 2 is that the nominations set out in Appendix A be approved.
Yeah.
So, members, if you could indicate if you're for, against or abstain when I call your name, please. Starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
Well, I'm sorry, Tara, but I did ask the question as
Just
to whether
against, please,
Councillor Boyce's point affected Appendix A. So until I have that answer, I don't know. I'm going to vote against because I still haven't had that clarification on Appendix A, whether it's affected by what Councillor Boyce brought up. We didn't get an answer.
I think we sought advice from Mr. Quelch, and I'm going to move on with the vote.
Well, I'm not
in that case, Chairman, I'm against.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale. Councillor Beale. Councillor Bell.
Just a moment.
Apologies.
Could I speak, please?
He's
Brian
here.
Beale speaking. You called for Councillor Miss Beale. You never heard anything. Then you suddenly said Councillor Beale. I didn't know if he was prompting Councillor Miss Beale or myself.
Miss Beale voted against, and then I did call for Councillor Brian Beale. So yourself, please.
Yes, 4.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bell.
4, please.
Boyce.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Sorry, I've got a problem with my mute button here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I have to be against. I'm sorry. This, I don't think, with all due respect, I don't think we're doing the right thing.
Recorded as against. Thank you.
Well, I'd like that minuted.
Councillor Durham.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker.
It's ultra vires against.
Thank you. Councillor Hurd.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
4.
Councillor Keys.
Against. Thank you for your help getting me in. Thank you.
Councillor Lagan.
4, please, Tara.
Councillor Mays.
White.
4.
Thank you very much.
4.
Councillor Morley.
Is now joining.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Skeens.
4.
Councillor Stamp.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts.
4.
Swain.
4.
Councillor Mrs. Thompson.
Against. Sorry, button trouble. Against.
And Councillor Miss White.
Against.
Thank you, Chairman. So the results of that vote is 16 for, 13 against, and no abstentions.
Thank you. That is carried. And now we'll move on to agenda item 16. Members, we will now adjourn the meeting at 8:47 to allow the following special meetings of the council to take place. We'll be starting with the Performance, Governance and Audit Committee. I will now, Councillor Bamford, you've called a point of order.
Sorry, I spelt it wrong, Chairman, but aren't we going to actually have some clarification on what Councillor Boyce raised about the committees?
I'm sorry, we've moved on from that, and we are now on agenda item 16. So that is, I will now call for nominations to chairman of the Performance, Governance and Audit Committee for the remainder of the municipal year to May 2021. Any member, I think is it Mr. Dodson or Mr. Holmes will call out the names of the members?
That will be me, Chairman. Thank you.
Right, okay. So Mr. Dodson will call out the names of the members of the PG&A, and then I will be calling for nominations for chair. Thank you, Mr. Dodson.
Okay, we have Councillor Hurd, Councillor Nunn, Councillor Shaughnessy, Councillor Stamp, Councillor Stilts, Councillor Mrs. Channer, Councillor Hull, Councillor Keys, Councillor Helm and Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. So I will now call for nominations to chairman for the remainder of the municipal year to May 2021. Is there any nominations?
Councillor Nunn nominates Councillor Jeanette Stilts as chair of PGA.
I'd like to second that, Chairman.
So that is Councillor Stilts, nominated by Councillor Nunn and seconded by Councillor Stamp. Are there any other nominations? if that is the case, in the event of no other nominations, I declare that Councillor Jeanette Stilts is the appointed chairman of the Performance, Governance and Audit Committee, and I now hand over to her as chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. I now would like to call for nominations of the vice chair of PG&A, and from the chair, I would nominate Councillor Jarvis.
I'd second that, please.
Okay, that's. Do I have any other?
Other nominations? I think.
No other nominations. Then I would propose that Councillor Jarvis is the vice chair of PG&A. Thank you, members. I will close the meeting of PG&A.
Thank you. So the meeting's closed at 8:50. We will now have a special meeting of the Strategy and Resources Committee. Mr. Dodson, could you please call out the names of those members?
Yes, thank you. It's Councillor Edwards, Councillor Lagan, Councillor Siddle, Councillor Skeens, Councillor Stamp, Councillor Swain, Councillor Mrs. Channer, Councillor Durham, Councillor Mrs. Thompson, Councillor Miss White, and Councillor Helm.
Thank you very much. I now call for nominations for chairman of PG&A for the remainder of the municipal year to May 2021.
I propose Councillor Siddle, Chairman.
Chairman, I think you'll find that I was nominated in the chat bar, please. I don't have a problem, but I would like to nominate Councillor Siddle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Leader. Is that seconded by you, Councillor Swain?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
It is. Thank you. Are there any other nominations? In the absence of any other nomination, I declare Councillor Richard Siddle as chairman of Strategy and Resources, and I now hand over the meeting to him.
Thank you, Chairman. I would now like to appoint a vice chairman of the committee for the remainder of the municipal year to May 2021. And from the chair, I would like to propose Councillor Christopher Swain.
I'll second that, please, Chairman.
Are there any other nominations? No.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. I now hand back to you.
Thank you very much. That is Councillor Swain has been elected as the vice chair of that committee. We now move forward to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Mr. Dodson, can you please call out those members for Overview and Scrutiny?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We have Councillor Bassinger, Councillor Beale, Councillor Bell, Councillor Mays, Councillor Morris, Councillor Bamford, Councillor Keys, Councillor Morley, Councillor Dewick, and Councillor Boyce.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, members. I did mean to say to you when your name is called, can you please open your videos and your mics in order that the members of the public can see you. So I now call for nominations for chairman of the.
Overview and Scrutiny.
Overview and Scrutiny. Sorry. I now call for nominations for chairman for the Overview and Scrutiny Committee for the remainder of the municipal year to May 2021.
Councillor Mays would like to propose Councillor Vanessa Bell.
Councillor Keys would like to promote Elaine Bamford.
And I would like to second Vanessa Bell, please. Councillor Bassinger.
Okay, we have had two nominations. I will go with the first one, which is Councillor Vanessa Bell. Can we take a vote on that for those members?
Excuse me, Chairman.
Yes, Councillor Siddle.
Councillor Keyes is on PGA and overview and scrutiny, and that's not permissible.
Can you help, Mr. Dodson?
That's right.
Oh dear.
Can you help, Mr. Dodson?
Sorry, my internet just fell out. I've just rejoined, so I'm at a bit of a loss.
Right. We're in a bit of a conundrum in that Councillor Keyes is on overview and scrutiny and PG&A.
Oh, okay. Well, based on the constitution, we can't do that as per the discussion earlier.
Chairman, can I propose someone else?
As a member, yes, I think you can, yes.
Well, I need a councillor that isn't on PGA or overview and scrutiny.
Point of order, Councillor Leader.
Can I just ask Mr. Dodson if that is allowed? Because I thought we just agreed, all the members of this committee's chair previously on agenda item 15, I believe, and I think the council did approve them all. So now we're asking to change them, and I'd just like clarification from Mr. Dodson and Mr. Quelch if that's allowed in our constitution or whatever law it is. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Quelch.
Yeah, no, well, obviously it's not. That obviously can't happen. If Councillor Keyes is on both, then the constitution it will be ultra vires the constitution. Yeah. So Councillor Bamford would have to rectify, even though there's been a resolution. We now see that is against the constitution. So Councillor Bamford would need to rectify that, and that would have to be obviously agreed by council that change can take place. But as it stands, it has to be. It's ultra vires the constitution.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Councillor Bamford. Do you have another name?
Yes, I do, Chairman. If I may, if you permit me to propose Jane Fleming, please, Councillor Fleming.
Are you prepared to sit on that committee, Councillor Fleming?
Yes, Chair, I am. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
We have to have a vote, Chair, though, don't we?
Yes, we'll need to have a council vote to agree Councillor Fleming to go on to overview and scrutiny.
Chairman,
do we agree that by assent?
Sorry, Chairman, just to interrupt, we're currently in a special meeting of overview and scrutiny, so we would need to adjourn that meeting to go back into council to consider and then come back into the special overview and scrutiny committee.
Okay, I haven't actually handed it over yet because we haven't got a chairman.
Point of order, Chairman. That's the point I was going to be raising, actually. It's agreed that the leader can nominate, that Councillor Bamford can nominate, as Mr. Quelch has just said. So why is the council vote required? I'm not quite clear, Chairman. Where's that in the constitution?
Chairman, it's simply because, although, if I may, Chairman, with your permission, yes. The 1989 Act says that council has to nominate in accordance with the group leader's wishes or the group's wishes. So you still need a ratification of that technically. Okay. It is a ratification. The council can't really disagree with it because they have to follow.
Ratification, Mr. Quelch. Thank you.
Thank you. So are members prepared to ratify that by assent?
Yes, agreed.
Thank you very much.
Agreed.
Agreed.
So, can we once again call for those members? When your name is called, can you switch on your video and your mic, please? And then I will call for nominations. So, Mr. Dodson, could you just call them again, please?
Okay, we have Councillor Bassinger, Councillor Beale, Councillor Bell, Councillor Mays, Councillor Morris, Councillor Bamford, Councillor Fleming, Councillor Morley, Councillor Dewick, and Councillor Boyce.
Thank you. I will now call for nominations for chairman for the remainder of the municipal year to May 2021.
Yes, please, Chair. Nominate Councillor Bamford. Councillor Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, we had already nominated Councillor Bell, and that was
seconded.
I just needed to have a second name from that. So we have already got Councillor Bell, which has been duly seconded. So we can take a vote on that from this committee.
Recorded vote, please.
I'll second that.
Mr. Quelch, can you just help me? Is this am I going to call for this vote, or is it going to be the members of the committee?
Well, technically, we're going to be technical here, Chairman. When that first proposal was put forward, I think the committee wasn't properly constituted, and it was reconstituted.
Yes.
So you need to take the proposal that was, first of all, obviously a second proposal can be put forward. You can have more than one nomination, obviously. Yes. But in terms, if you're going to vote in the order of voting, then you need to take the first nomination first for the reconstituted committee. Okay, so these will only be the members of the committee who are voting. So the nomination was for Councillor Bell as chair. Can we have a roll call of those members on the committee, please, Tara?
Yes, Chairman, I will do my best. So starting with Councillor Bamford, and this is to vote for Councillor Bamford as chairman. Is that right, Chairman?
No.
Well, actually, I think from what Mr. Quelch was saying, it wasn't properly constituted. So I guess we should have Councillor Bamford is the proposed one. Am I right?
Yes.
I think that is correct. I think that's correct. That's the first one, Councillor Bamford.
Right. Has that been seconded?
I'll second that.
Chairman, can I just ask, please, is that really fair in the spirit of it when we've allowed them to actually put another name forward? It wasn't our error. I don't wish to be pedantic, but really, I think in the spirit of things, the Councillor Bamford, surely we could allow the first nomination, which was Councillor Bell, to be heard first. Correct me if I'm wrong, Simon, Mr. Quelch, and I take that if I'm wrong. But I mean, in the spirit of it, that is not very nice, is it?
I'm afraid the spirit, unfortunately, the spirit of things. You're asking my legal view. The legal view is the committee wasn't properly constituted when that proposal was put forward. So technically, the first proposal put forward was that of Councillor Bamford. That's the legal position.
Okay.
I don't adjudicate, Chairman, on what's sporting or what's in the spirit, unfortunately.
Yes, I understand. We've got to keep within the legal framework. Councillor Thompson, you've got a point of order.
No, oh, sorry, Chairman. Thank you for coming to me, but I cancelled it because Mr. Quelch has covered that. Thank you. Right.
Okay. So the nomination, first of all, that this committee is voting on is whether Councillor Bamford is the chairman of this committee or not. If that fails, I'll go to Councillor Bell. So members of those, so if you're ready, Tara, we'll take that vote.
Yes, Chairman. So if you could indicate members for, against or abstaining, please. Starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
I'm sorry, I'm slightly confused. Who is this for?
For Councillor
for?
This is for Councillor Bamford as chairman.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Against.
Councillor Boyce.
For.
Councillor Dewitt's not present. Councillor Fleming.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Against.
Councillor Morley.
For.
Councillor Morris.
Most definitely against.
Chairman, I believe I've covered everybody. So that the result of that vote is 4 and 5 against, and no abstentions. Thank you.
Okay, that has failed. So then, in that case, I will go with the second proposal, which is, well, as it wasn't properly constituted, I'll take that proposal again.
I propose that Councillor Vanessa Bell as chairman.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
That's seconded. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And we'll go with the vote on that again. This is for Councillor Bell to be chairman of Overview and Scrutiny. Thank you, Tara.
Thank you, members. So if you could just indicate for, against, abstain again, please. Councillor Bamford, please.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
Against.
Councillor Mays.
For.
Councillor Morley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Wholeheartedly for.
So, Chairman, the results of that is 5 for, 4 against, and no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you. I therefore declare that Councillor Bell is appointed as chairman of Overview and Scrutiny, and I will now hand over to her as chairman of that committee to elect a vice chairman. Thank you, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. So to open nominations for the vice chair for the rest of the municipal year, and from the chair, I would like to nominate Councillor Brian Beale. Thank you.
And I'd like to second that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other nominations? I think Councillor Bell.
Any other nominations, members? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Therefore, I presume you're declaring Councillor Beale as vice chairman.
Do we need to go to the vote on that, members,
No,
or are we happy to do that by
sense? We can declare that so, and you're going to close the meeting, I think, at 9:08.
I will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will close the meeting at 9:08. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we move now to the Joint Standards Committee. If you could switch your videos off, please, and Mr. Dodson will call out the names of the members for Joint Standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We have Councillor Bassinger, Councillor Mays, Councillor Nunn, Councillor Siddle, Councillor Mrs. Channer, Councillor Mrs. Fleming, Councillor Mrs. Thompson, and Councillor Boyce.
Thank you very much. I now call for nominations of chairman for the Joint Standards Committee for the remainder of the municipal year to May 2021. Are there any nominations?
Councillor Channer, please.
Councillor Bassinger.
Seconded, Councillor Channer.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of that. Can I have any nominations, please?
I was first chairman. Councillor Channer, please. I'd like to nominate.
Seconded.
With a recorded vote.
Right, Councillor Channer by Councillor Thompson.
And I will second Councillor Nunn's.
Chairman, Chairman, can I just ask yet again that people don't just shout out? Councillor Channer and Elaine Bamford and myself at these pre-meetings were very keen that members didn't shout out and they were told to use the chat bar, Chairman.
Yes,
nobody could hear what everybody was saying then, and the members of the public will be thinking, goodness knows.
It is very difficult. I would ask.
Yeah, I feel for you, Chairman, because of course this did happen to me when I was in the position of chairman, both at the meeting of the August the 6th and other meetings in August and September. So I would say I do concur. I recognise the difficult position you might be in, but as I have suffered it myself as chairman, I think we have to recognise that this may occur.
I do, through the chair, I do apologise for calling out Chairman, but it's the way that I thought things were conducted. It's how it was when I started on the council. Yes. But I do apologise, and I'm happy to use the chat function.
Thank you for that, Councillor, because I thought I made it clear when I was still in the chair about the process, but thank you for that. It does help Councillor Hurd, I'm sure.
That's the same from me, Councillor Hurd. It is how we've always... It's the first time we've done this virtually, so same for me as Councillor Nunn.
So I have two nominations. One is Councillor Channer, and the other is Councillor Nunn. Who seconded Councillor Channer?
Councillor Fleming.
Okay, thank you. And who seconded Councillor Nunn?
No, Chair. It was me.
Oh, sorry.
It was me nominating Councillor Bassinger.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Seconded by Councillor Mays.
All right. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'll take them in the order that they came, but I would ask for the next one. Can we please have it on the chat function? So the proposal is that for those members to vote on the chairman. Can I? So the first one is for Councillor Channer. We have a vote.
Could we have a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman?
Recorded vote. Is that seconded?
Yes, Chairman, I did ask actually, but it probably got lost in the melee.
Yes, a recorded vote then. So this first vote will be for Councillor Channer to chair joint standards. If that fails, we'll move to Councillor Bassinger.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, if you could just indicate for, against or abstain, please, starting with Councillor Bassinger.
Against.
Councillor Boyce.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs Channer.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs Fleming.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Mays.
Against.
Thank you, Councillor Nunn.
Against.
Thank you, Councillor Siddle.
Against.
Thompson.
For.
Chairman, I think that's everyone. I'm just going to double check that I've not missed somebody. So, Chairman, I make that 4 in favour and 4 against. Yeah.
Very well. In that case, I will use my casting vote against. So then I now call for.
You don't have a casting vote.
Point of order. Point of order.
No, I can't have a point of order because the council is adjourned, so you can't have a point of order.
And it wasn't against you, Councillor Boyce. It was against what's happened.
No. You can't. You can't have a point of order. I would have asked for a point of order, but as the council is adjourned,
committee members,
there's no point. But what I wish to say is that because the council is adjourned, and although Mr. Councillor Hurd is in the chair for the nomination of chairman, he does not have a casting vote, and the protocol has always been to go back to council. Now that may well be the same result, but that is what the procedure should be, in my view. Sorry, Chairman.
Chairman, if I may say, what Councillor Boyce says is absolutely correct. Although you preside, you have no casting vote because you're not a member of the committee, and it would have to go back to council for the appointment of chairman.
Okay, in that case,
the constitution has to be maintained, and I agree with that, Chairman.
Yes,
and thank you, Councillor Hurd, for the obviously you're a chairman that's obviously political. Thank you.
Not at all. I'm merely trying to move the business along. Right, in that case, we'll go back to council, and then we'll take that as a full council decision. Is that correct, Mr. Quelch?
Yes.
Yes, full council have to then appoint the chairman.
Okay. In that case, then we'll go with. Do I go with the first one again?
I think the meeting has to be adjourned.
Yes, Chairman, you have to go back into, as Councillor Skeens has just said, you have to now come out of the meeting and go back into council, and then you need proposals again, because it's a proposal from council, not a proposal from JSC.
I understand. Okay. Right, so we'll go back into full council again at 9:15 p.m. And we will be calling for a vote for chairman on the Joint Standards Committee. Are there any nominations for chairman? And I see Councillor Nunn has a nomination.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we're back in full council now then?
We are back in full council, yes.
Thank you very much. So in full council, I would like to nominate Councillor Bassinger as Chair of Joint Standards Committee for the remainder of the municipal year. Thank you.
And I will second Councillor
Right. So in full council, then we have Councillor Bassinger, who has been nominated as Chair, seconded by Councillor Bell, and we'll go to the vote on that. Is that a recorded vote?
Can I raise a point of order?
Yes, Councillor Skeens.
I'm sorry, I'm new to all this, but I thought you had to, the meeting had to be adjourned first. That was existing before. I may be wrong.
Been adjourned. We're back in full council now.
Yeah, I know, but before we came back into full council, didn't it have to? I just don't want to get tripped up by by a rule, and I just want to make sure that we're still okay to go ahead if there wasn't an official adjournment of the committee being discussed.
Yes, there was. We're back in full council now. Councillor Bamford, you've got a point of order.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to bring up what Councillor Skeens has very ably put forward, that you have to adjourn the meeting of joint standards and then come into the main council, and then the council is voting on the proposal that wasn't agreed, because it's equal votes. I don't think I'm correct I don't think it's right that we're taking another proposal, because it hasn't, it's gone 4-4 within a committee. So then it comes to the council to agree or not to that, not take a new one. Am I right, Mr. Quelch?
Yeah. Who's that?
Mr. Quelch.
Fluker.
Enough said.
I had a bit of problem with the technology. You've got to, the procedure is you've got to adjourn, come out of joint standards into full council.
Yes,
in full council, then you need a proposal from full council, seconded, and it's a vote of full council. Once that vote is taken and you have a result, then you can go back into JSC with your chairman, who will then deal with the vice chairman.
May I ask who adjourns that meeting?
I have adjourned it, and we've now come back into full council.
That's because, Chairman, if I may say, Chairman, you preside, according to the Constitution, at the annual meeting, you preside over the special meetings of each committee. So you can adjourn it as the person presiding, albeit you don't have a casting vote, you do preside.
Yes, I understand that. Councillor Nunn, you have a question?
Unless I'm mistaken, Chair, I think what Councillor Bamford was suggesting is that the vote, the nomination in committee, i.e. Councillor Channer, is the one that has to be voted on in full council. Is that right, Councillor Bamford, and is that correct or not, Mr. Quelch, through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair, I believe that is correct in accordance with the Constitution, but obviously our monitoring officer is has got a different opinion.
I don't have. I was looking at some constitutional issues. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying full attention. I was looking at the Constitution while you said that. I understand. Could you just say, Chairman, I understand that Councillor Bamford made a proposal within full council. Is that correct?
No.
No, it would have been.
No. Through you, Chairman, just to clarify, what I was saying is what Councillor Nunn confirmed, that the Standards Committee had taken a vote and it was tie. So right. When that happens, it then goes to council to decide on that proposal, not a new one.
Right. Okay.
No, it is a new proposal. It is a new proposal because it's council now that are dealing with it. So it needs to be a proposal from someone in council.
So
I nominate Councillor Channer.
No. Through the chair.
I nominate Councillor Channer.
No, through the chair, I had already nominated Councillor Bassinger in full council.
And it had been seconded by myself.
Yes, that is correct, and that is where we're going to go. So we're going to take the vote for Councillor Bassinger, proposed by Councillor Nunn and seconded by Councillor Mays. If that fails, I will go to the second proposal.
Madam Chairman, so this is voting for Councillor Bassinger as Chairman of Joint Standards Committee.
Yes.
And you could indicate for, against or abstain, please, when I call your name. Councillor Bamford, please.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor
Whoever's
Brian
coughing,
Beale.
against.
Yeah, got that. Thank you, Miss Beale. Councillor Brian Beale. Councillor Brian Beale. Councillor Bell.
Yes, sorry, I'm back. It's muted. 4.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Channer. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Sorry, can you not hear me?
No, I didn't hear you, sorry.
Sorry, just be clear, what are we voting for?
Voting for Councillor Bassinger as Chairman.
I said against, but there's something obviously wrong with my mute because I'm showing my mic's open and I'm saying it, but you're obviously not hearing it.
No, we can hear you now though, so thank you. And Councillor Durham. Councillor Durham. Edwards.
Against, Tara.
Oh, thank you, sorry, Councillor Durham. Councillor Edwards was 4, thank you. Councillor Mrs. Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker.
Against, Miss Bird.
Thank you. Councillor Hurd.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Against.
Jarvis.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Keys.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lagan.
Sorry, Tara, I couldn't find my craning kit. So 4, please.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mays.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Most definitely 4.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nunn.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Skeens.
4.
Councillor Stamp.
4.
Swain?
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Thompson?
Against.
Thank you. And Councillor Miss White?
Against.
Results of that, Chairman, are 16 for, 13 against and no abstentions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In that case, that is carried. We'll now go back into the special meeting. So I'll adjourn this council meeting. We'll go back into a special meeting of the Joint Standards Committee. I declare that Councillor Mark Bassenger is appointed as chairman, and I will now hand over to him to call for nominations for vice chairman. Councillor Bassenger.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now call for nominations for the position of Vice Chairman for the rest of the municipal year for the JSC Committee. Nominations, please.
Come on, somebody.
Have we lost contact with somebody?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to nominate Elaine Banford.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Seconded. Councillor Nunn.
Are there any other? Oh, sorry, Councillor Passenger.
Sorry, Chairman. Where are we? I've lost.
Yes, where are we?
We are
Vice Chairman of Voice Chambers. Joint
JSC Committee.
Pardon, where? Sorry.
We're in the Joint Standards Committee, and you are being proposed as Vice Chairman.
I'm not on the Joint Standards.
Not on it.
She's not on it.
Not on the Joint Standards.
I nominate Councillor Jane Fleming.
Seconded. Councillor Nunn.
Are you prepared to stand as Vice Chair? Oh, sorry, it's not my place. Up to you, Councillor Passenger.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Are you prepared to stand, Councillor
Fleming?
Councillor Fleming?
I think really that it should be Councillor Channer, because she was our nomination for chair. So would members of the committee consider Councillor Channer?
Are you nominating her, Jane?
Yes.
Okay. I second that nomination.
Good.
Thank you, members. So the nomination is Councillor Channer, and I don't think there's any other nominations, are there? Councillor Channer, are you willing to accept that nomination?
I am afraid I have to decline.
Oh, well.
Are there any other nominations?
So that only leaves, I nominate Councillor Thompson.
I'll second that, if she wants it.
No, I'm afraid I'm going to decline as well.
So the constitution of the Joint Standards Committee stipulates that the chairman is from one group and the deputy chairman is from the second largest group. So could Simon Crowes please clarify this for us?
Well, that's right. The Constitution says, the terms of reference, I think it is, say that chairman and vice chairman can't be from the same political group. I think that's what it says. So it could be another political group.
So
could be.
Sorry, Chairman.
Yes, Councillor
Sorry,
Thompson.
through you. Could we ask Mr. Quelch? I thought since we're back to political balance, then that will have disappeared along with this resetting council meeting.
Yes, here. That's what my understanding was.
So
that's what I'm not clear about. I have to say I was very unclear about that. To be honest with you, I was very unclear about that resolution back in June as to the disapplication of the political balance provisions. Yes, they only go from one annual meeting to another, but this particular change I think was a constitutional one, rather than just the disapplication of the political balance provisions. So I think that I'm reading it, unless members are telling me otherwise, that decision was actually to change the terms of reference of the Standards Committee. But that's how I understand it. And that is actually how it is recorded in the Constitution. I was just looking at the terms of reference, and that is how it's recorded.
Then may I propose Councillor Boyce?
Chairman, may I come in
No,
then?
thank you.
That was not my understanding of what I've been told. I was told it was a reset and we would go back to as things were at this meeting, which is not now being. It seems to be we have a dichotomy now in what we can do part of it, but not all of it, and that's not what I understood from what I've been told previously.
All right, it
Chairman,
seems.
Chairman, if I can help.
Yes, Councillor Boyce.
I think Councillor Siddle said it's got to be from the two largest groups, and he's right. And that part of the Constitution was written into the Constitution, whereas the 4 and 4 was only until the next statutory annual. So it should be somebody from another group. But if you can't find somebody from another group, then you don't have one.
Chairman, can I ask you a question, please? Sorry, it's Councillor Stamp.
Yes, Leader, go ahead.
I don't remember the motion stipulating those words at all. And I think this is now being misconstrued about the spirit of the Joint Standards Committee. And as far as I'm concerned at the moment, Chairman, this is a backward step. We wanted to work, we wanted to share things. And I think this is important that a Conservative member is the vice chairman on this committee, because that is what this council voted for. I don't know if it was in May, I can't recall, Chairman, but I think we need to be very careful here. I presume we're being watched by goodness knows how many people, and I think we're being semantic here. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, Councillor Fleming, although you proposed Councillor Channer, she has declined. So I think you were proposed as Vice Chair. Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Chair. I feel that it should be Councillor Channer.
Councillor Channer doesn't want to do it. So the proposal is that, I mean, we're trying to keep within the Constitution.
Chairman, I know clearly what I was told about a reset of the committees and the motion that was carried before and changed things. I was told that it was all reset and went back to what it was. And that is what my understanding was of conversations I've had.
It's not my understanding, I'm afraid.
The joint standards, that when the motion went forward in the summer, the Joint Standards Committee terms of reference was changed so that there would never be a group that dominated, and at that time it was 4 and 4. If a political group had more than 3 members, then they would be represented onto that, and therefore that's what we've got. We've got 4 independents, 3 Conservatives and 1 Democratic Alliance. The deputy chairman or vice chairman, sorry, has to come from the Conservative group. That is what's in the Constitution.
Right. So the proposal is, and I see everybody's trying to speak, but I want to try and move this along. So, Councillor Fleming, you have been proposed as vice chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Bamford wanted to say something, actually.
We really are in a committee meeting of just the Joint Standards Committee members. So yes. You really should not be having, I'm sorry, Leader, you shouldn't have spoken, and we should not be having interventions from the leader of the Conservatives either, because this is a meeting of the Joint Standards Committee, is not a full council meeting.
Right, so Councillor Bassinger, you as chairman, you have asked for nominations. Councillor Fleming has been nominated, and that has been seconded. Now, I think in order that we can move on, I think perhaps we should go with that, because I'm trying to agree with the Constitution.
No point of order can be raised if you are not a member of this committee.
Right. So,
vote, Mr. Chairman.
so I need to know, Councillor Fleming, what your thoughts are.
I think that Councillor May's suggestion of a vote is a good idea.
Right.
Yeah,
Let's
I
go
personally
for a
feel
vote.
that Councillor Channer should do it.
Councillor Channer doesn't want to do it, so I'm going to go to the vote. Or Councillor Bassinger, you'll go to the vote, I don't doubt.
Well, yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as chairman of this committee, I would like to the vote, and hopefully, Councillor Fleming, you will accept the position. So, should we take the vote, please, Miss Bird?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, members. So, if you could just indicate for, against, or abstain, please, when I call your name, starting with Councillor Bassinger, please.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Boyce.
Abstain.
Mrs. Channer.
Abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Fleming.
Abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Mays.
For.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nunn.
An excellent vice chair. For.
Absolutely.
Councillor Siddle.
For.
And Councillor Mrs. Thompson.
Abstain.
Chairman, that is 4 in favour, nobody against, and 4 abstentions.
Thank you, Miss Bird. Well,
sorry.
Very bizarre situation. Then I declare Councillor Fleming as vice chairman.
Thank you.
No, Chairman, sorry. Sorry, it was the voting was 4 against. Oh yeah, 4 abstentions. Yes, sorry, just ignore me. Apologies, that's my mistake.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Presumably you're going to close the meeting now.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would like to close the meeting of the Joint Standards Committee. Thank you. Okay,
closed at 9:36. So that is Councillor Bassinger as chair and Councillor Fleming as vice chair. Now I have to admit I've skipped over licensing. I will put that at the end. But the next one is the investigation and disciplinary committee. Could I ask Mr. Dodson to call out those members of that committee, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we have Councillor Mays, Councillor Siddle, Councillor Bamford, Councillor Mrs. Channer, Councillor Helm, and Councillor Jarvis. Sorry, Councillor Jarvis isn't on that one. It's the disciplinary panel that he's on. I apologise for that error.
So we've got Councillor Mays, Siddle, Bamford, Channer and Helm. Right, okay, thank you very much. I now call for nominations for chairman of the Investigation and Disciplinary Committee for the remainder of the municipal year to May 2021.
Councillor Siddle, I propose myself.
I would like to propose Councillor Channer.
And I will second Councillor Siddle.
And I will second Councillor Channer.
Thank you very much. The first one that was proposed and seconded was Councillor Siddle, which was seconded by Councillor Mays. So could I have votes, please, in favour of Councillor Siddle as chairman? Could we have the votes, please, Tara?
Yes, Chairman, if you can just give me 1 second, I'll just get the sheet up. Thank you, Simon. Okay. So this is for Chairman, starting with Councillor Siddle. Our members, again, if you could just indicate for or against or abstaining when I call your name, please. And first one is Councillor Mays, please.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bamford.
Against.
you. Councillor Mrs Channer.
You're muted.
I had my mic open. There's something obviously wrong with my system at the moment. I said against.
Yes, thank you very much. And Councillor Helm.
Against.
Thank you. So, Chairman, the results of that are 3 for and 3 against and no abstentions. Oh no, I apologise. I'm sorry, Chairman, I've got that wrong. Apologies. No, that's wrong.
2 for and 3 against, I think.
Yes, sorry, Chairman, I've recorded it incorrectly. Apologies.
It's okay. That's okay. There's been plenty of confusion tonight. Don't worry about that. Okay, so that has failed. Can I have any other nomination? Oh, I've got a second nomination, which is Councillor Channer, which has been agreed by Councillor Helm. So could we take a vote on that, please, Tara?
Yes, of course, Chairman. So this is for Councillor Channer as chairman. I can now do an alphabetical list, which is quite handy. So starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Channer.
4. Did you hear that? Sorry, my
Yes, I've got 4, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Helm.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Abstain.
And Councillor Siddle.
Against.
The results of that are 3 in favour, 1 against, 1 abstention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I therefore declare that Councillor Channer is chair of the Investigation and Disciplinary Committee, and I hand over to her as chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. May I please call for nominations for the Vice Chairman of the Investigation and Disciplinary Committee, and from the Chair, I would like to propose Elaine Bamford, and I ask for a recorded vote, Chairman.
I'll second that, Chairman. Councillor Helm.
Well, that's to be conducted within the committee. Councillor Channer, you're the chairman.
Yes, we've got to do the votes. All those in favour? Oh, this has to be recorded. I've asked for a recorded vote, Chairman.
Sorry, that's my fault. Sorry. Right, just let me get the sheet. And can I just confirm Councillor Helm was seconding the recorded vote as well?
That's correct.
Thank you, Councillor Helm. Right. Oh, sorry, bear with me 1 minute. Sorry, Chairman. Okay, members. So voting for Vice Chairman for Councillor Bamford. If you could just indicate 4 against or abstaining, please, starting with Councillor Bamford.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Channer.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
Against.
Chairman, that's 3 for and 2 against. Thank you very much.
In that case, I declare that Councillor Bamford is the Vice Chairman for the remainder of this municipal year until May 2021. And I close this special meeting of the Investigation and Disciplinary at, I think by my clock, Chairman, it's now 21:43. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you,
Well,
Councillor.
I'm afraid to say it is, Councillor Channer. Thank you.
Well, there you are. You can't trust these IT equipments, can you? There you go. That's what I'm looking at, my laptop. Cheers.
Okay, thank you very much. The next one on the list is the District Planning Committee, and I see that Councillor Nunn has requested to make a nomination on this. First of all, can I ask Mr. Dodson to call out the names of those? Well, in fact, it's the whole council, is it not? Do you still have to call out the names?
I'm happy not to.
Okay, so it will be everybody who is included in that. Councillor Nunn, you have a nomination.
Well, yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, it was always my understanding that the chair of the council was the chair of planning, district planning. But nevertheless, if we're going to do it this way, I'd like to nominate you as chair of district planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that seconded?
Yes, second.
Thank you very much. I also have another nomination from Councillor Bamford.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to nominate Penny Channer. Councillor Channer.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second
Councillor
that.
Helm, I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Any other nominations? Right, in that case, we'll
Can we
have
have
to
a
have
recorded vote, please, Chair?
recorded vote. Yes, we can. Is that seconded?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go with the first nomination, which was by Councillor Nunn, who is nominating myself. Could we have the vote, please, Miss Bird?
Yes, Chairman, of course. So members, if you could just indicate for, against or abstaining, please. And this is in relation to Councillor Hurd as chairman. So starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hurd.
For.
Helm.
Against, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Against, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Keys.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lagan.
For, please, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Against.
Councillor Morris.
For.
For, please, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Skeens.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
For.
Councillor Stilts.
For.
Wayne.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Thompson.
Against.
Councillor Miss White.
Against.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. The results of that are 15 for, 12 against and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Bird, and thank you, members. And clearly I have some work to do on my theme of unity. I'll be working hard on that. Before I go to the local planning ones, I'm going to go back to licensing.
Chairman, sorry to interrupt you, and we need to do a vice chairman for district planning.
I'm sorry?
We need to appoint a vice chairman for district planning committee.
Yes, you're quite right. Quite right. Sorry, I've just lost my notes there. So I now call for nominations of vice chairman of the district planning committee, and from the chair I nominate Councillor Mays.
I second that, Chair.
Are there any other nominations? In the absence of any other nominations, I declare that Councillor Mays is appointed as Vice Chair of the District Planning Committee. Thank you for that. I'm now going to move back to licensing, if that's all right. Miss Bird?
Yes, Chairman, that's fine with me.
Yes, sorry, I missed that one. Mr. Dodson, could we call out the names, please, for those members on licensing?
Of course, we have Councillor Bassinger, Councillor Beale, Councillor Mays, Councillor Siddle, Councillor Stilts, Councillor Durham, Councillor Hull, Councillor Mrs Thompson, Councillor Helm and Councillor Boyce.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the chat and I see that Councillor Mays has asked to nominate.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to nominate Councillor Richard Siddle as chairman for this municipal year.
Are there any other nominations?
Could someone second me, please?
Is that
I would
seconded?
second that, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Thank you, Councillor Bass. Thank you.
Any other nominations?
Yes, please. I did put it in the chat this time.
Yes, Councillor
yes,
Thompson.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Durham, please.
Is that seconded?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Helm.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, I think we'll go to the vote on that for those members of the licensing committee. The first one was Councillor Siddle, which was duly seconded. Are you able to take the vote, please, Tara? Does anybody want a recorded vote on this?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Sorry,
Yes.
I will second Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Okay, so this is for Councillor Siddle as chair of licensing.
Okay, members, again, the usual for, against or abstain, please. Starting with Councillor Bassinger, please.
For, please, Tara.
Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Brian Beale, that's 4, thank you. Councillor Mays.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Against, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Thompson.
Sorry, against. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
Against.
Thank you. And Councillor Helm.
Against.
Chairman, so the results of that are 5 for, 5 against and no abstentions. Thank you, Chairman.
So it's another tie. So we can either go back to council or we go with the second proposal, which I'm in. Mr. Crouch, I presume you've gone now, have you?
I cancel my meeting, Chairman.
Very kind of you. So we are drawn there. Do I go to the?
You can go. You can. Yes, you can, because there was no majority for the first. You can go to the second proposal. You can try that. Yes.
Okay, I'll try that, and then we'll go back to council, depending upon the outcome there. So it is the nomination is for Councillor Durham, seconded by Councillor Helm. So can we take a vote on that, please?
Yes, Chairman, of course. Starting with Councillor Bassinger, if you could indicate for, against or abstain, please. Councillor Bassinger, please.
Against.
Thank you.
Against.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brian Beale.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Against. Oh, sorry. 4.
4, Councillor Hull. Thank you very much.
What's she doing?
Councillor Mays.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
Against.
Councillor Stilts.
Against.
Mrs Thompson.
Sorry, button problem 4 Councillor Durham.
Thank you. Chairman, the results of that are 5-4, 5 against and no abstentions. Thank you very much.
Sorry, could you just say that again?
Yes, sorry, Chairman, the results are 5-4, 5 against and no abstentions.
5-4 and 5 against. Okay, so we'll take this back to council again. And
Chairman, can I speak? Can I speak, please?
Yes, Councillor Durham.
Chairman, thank you very much. Considering I'm the only person on that committee that's held a justices on licence, which I've done since 1995, it's a bit of a shame, but I don't wish to prolong this meeting any longer. So I'm quite happy to stand aside and let Councillor Siddle take the chair of this, because in actual fact, the chair of these licensing meetings are decided on at each licensing hearing. So the chair of this is actually irrelevant. Thank you.
He's right. He's right.
Well, I'm grateful for that. In that case, I declare Councillor Siddle to be chairman of licensing, and I hand over the meeting to him.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Yes, so I'd call this licensing committee, and I call for nominations for vice chairman of the committee for the remainder of the municipal year to May 2021. Do I have any nominations for it? Do I have any nominations?
We don't have nominations.
So the chairman's calling for nominations for vice chairman of licensing. Does anybody want to nominate themselves?
Mr. Chairman, as it was pointed out by Councillor Durham, that when we go into the actual licensing committees, we choose a chair and vice chair at that time. Do we need to choose a vice chair now?
No.
I'll take advice from Mr. Quelch on that.
I mean, I don't believe you need to choose a vice chair, because if the chairman is not available for a licensing committee meeting, we're not talking about the licensing subcommittee meeting, but a full licensing, then if the chairman is not there, then members can vote on who should chair for that particular occasion.
Chairman, in my experience on the licensing committee, the actual voted chairman has almost never chaired the licensing hearings. So this is pretty irrelevant.
Yeah, correct.
Right. In that case, I'm happy to move on if you are, Councillor Siddle.
So yeah, I close the licensing committee at 9:57 and hand back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. The next one is the Central Planning Committee. Mr. Dodson, could you please read out the names of those on that committee?
Yes, we have Councillor Edwards, Councillor Hurd, Councillor Lagan, Councillor Mays, Councillor Morris, Councillor Nunn, Councillor Shaughnessy, Councillor Mrs Stilts, Councillor Swain and Councillor Miss Beale.
Thank you. I have one person who wishes to nominate, that is Councillor Nunn.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. So Central Area Planning, I would like to nominate Councillor Michael Edwards for the remainder of the
I'd like to second that.
And that's been seconded. Thank you. Did I see there's somebody else who wanted to speak? Is there any other nominations? No? Right. In that case,
yeah, Chairman. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I did go on chat.
I thought I
but
saw.
I realised I wasn't on this committee. These area committees are ultra vires if my vote against agenda item 15 and section 17 of the 1989 Act are compliant. Therefore, these committees have to be.
I've taken advice on that, Councillor Boyce. Councillor Mays, you've got a point of order.
Yes, I was under the impression that only members of this committee could actually speak.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. Councillor Nunn.
Well, yes, but I can't unhear, Chairman, what Councillor Boyce has said. And my view on this is that we go with the rules that we've been used to and the rules that have always been applied under previous administrations. And if Councillor Boyce's idea is researched properly by a legally trained person, i.e. Mr. Quelch, and if we do need to revisit this, then we revisit it later on. But at this stage, we proceed as we are.
Agreed.
Hear, hear.
Yes, I agree on that. So in the absence of any other nominations, I declare that the chairman of the Central Area Planning Committee is Councillor Edwards, and I now hand over to him as chairman of that committee.
Thank you, Chairman and members. Just one item of business. I therefore call for nominations for Vice Chairman of the Central Area Planning Committee, and from the Chair, I nominate Councillor Jeanette Stilts. And is there a seconder, please?
Okay. Seconded.
Yeah.
Are there any other nominations? No? Okay, thank you. I therefore declare Councillor Stilts as Vice Chair of the Central Area Planning Committee, and as there is no further business, I'll close this meeting at 10 o'clock, 2200 hours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to Northwest Planning. Mr. Dodson, could you call the names for the members of that committee, please?
Yes, of course. We have Councillor Siddle, Councillor Bamford, Councillor Durham, Councillor Mrs. Fleming, Councillor Keys, Councillor Morley, Councillor Mrs. Thompson, Councillor Miss White, and Councillor Jarvis.
Right, thank you very much. Now I have had notification on the chat that Councillor Bamford wishes to make a nomination. So I call for nominations for chairman of that committee. Councillor Bamford.
Yes, I put it in the chat, Chairman. I want to nominate Maddie Thompson, please.
Councillor Thompson.
Seconded.
Yeah.
Seconded. Are there any other nominations? In that case, I declare Councillor Thompson as chairman of Northwest Planning Committee, and I hand over to her for the remainder of this meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. I call as new chairman for Northwest Planning. I call for nominations for the vice chair, and from the chair, I nominate Councillor John Keys. Could I have that seconded?
And I'll second it.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Are there any other nominations? Thank you. That being so, I declare Councillor John Keys as Vice Chairman of Northwest Planning for the remainder of the municipal year, and I close the meeting at 22:03. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. Finally, South East Planning. Mr. Dodson, could you call out the names for nominations, please?
Councillor Bassinger, Councillor Beale, Councillor Bell, Councillor Schemes, Councillor Stamp, Councillor Mrs. Channer, Councillor Hull, Councillor Boyce, Councillor Dewick, and Councillor Helm.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the chat. I see that Councillor Bell wishes to make a nomination.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. I would like to nominate Councillor Skeens as chair, please.
I would like to second that, please, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations?
Yes, please, Chairman.
Councillor Channer.
I'd like to nominate Richard Dewick, please.
Is that seconded?
I'll second that.
Okay, I'll go with the first one. That's Councillor Bell is nominating Councillor Schemes. Could we have a vote on that, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Members, if you could just indicate when I call your name if you're for, against or abstaining, please. This is for Councillor Schemes as Chairman of South East Area Planning Committee. So starting with Councillor Bassinger, please.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
For.
Voice has left the meeting. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Against.
Thank you. Sorry, Chairman. Councillor Schemes.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
For.
Councillor.
Sorry, Tara. Hey.
Oh, sorry, I've missed you out. Apologies, Councillor Helm. Sorry.
Against.
Thank you. And Councillor Miss White.
She's not on there.
She's not on that one.
Not on the
She's not on the committee.
Sorry, members.
Oh, it's Councillor Boyce, unless I missed him.
Yeah, but he's left the meeting.
Oh, sorry, Tara. I was trying to help. Sorry.
No, that's really helpful. It is really helpful. Thank you. So, Chairman, and I think I've covered everybody, hopefully. The results of that was 5 for and 3 against and no abstentions.
Okay. In that case, I declare Councillor Nick Schemes as Chairman of South East Planning, and I hand over to him to call for a Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. I now call for nominations to the Vice Chair for this committee. And from the Chair, I nominate Councillor Vanessa Bell.
I'd like to second that, please, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a nomination from Councillor Channer.
I nominate, please, Councillor Michael Helm.
Thank you very much.
That.
So I will. I'm sorry, I didn't see who was first on that. Whether it was Councillor Bell or Councillor
Bell.
Councillor Bell, because it came from the Chair.
Right. Thank you very much. Or from the Chair, yes. Well, it's up to you then, Chairman, to take the vote on that.
Yes, please, Tara, could you call the members and let's have a vote?
Yes, of course, Chairman. So as before, members, for, against or abstain, if that's okay. Starting with Councillor Bassinger, please.
Can we just be sure who we're voting for, Tara?
Chairman, yes, of course. This is for Vice Chairman for Councillor Bell.
Thank you.
For. Thank you, Tara.
That's 4. Thank you very much. Councillor Beale, Brian Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Against.
Thank you very much. Councillor Helm.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Schemes.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
For.
Chairman, the result of that is 5 for, 3 against and no abstentions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I now declare Councillor Vanessa Bell as the Vice Chair of this committee. I now close the meeting at 22:08 and hand back to you, the marvellous new Chair of Malden District Council.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Schemes. Right. We now move on to the resumption of business, and so we will resume the business of the annual council meeting at 10:09. We move to agenda item 18, which is the appointment of representatives to local government and outside bodies. This was circulated.
Sorry, could I just interrupt? Chairman, we just need to go back and do appointments board, because we didn't appoint that because we didn't know who the chairman and vice chairman of the two committees were going to be.
Right. Okay, Mr. Dodson, could we call out the names of those members of the appointments board, please?
Yes, we have Councillor Stamp, Councillor Bamford, sorry, Chairman of Strategy and Resources.
Siddle, Councillor Siddle.
Councillor Siddle, thank you. Chairman of Performance Governance and Audit Committee.
Councillor Stilts.
And Councillor Helm. And there are two other members that need to be appointed by council. Both.
Yes, so those members are appointed to it, and we need two more. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the chat, I have Councillor Mays who wishes to nominate. Councillor Mays.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I would like to nominate Councillor Jarvis.
I'll second that.
Sorry, if I could just come back on that, Chairman. There should be 6 on this committee, 3 from the independent group. So we have 3, I think, with the appointments of the chair and vice chair. We just need the Conservative, I think.
I think we need to appoint 2, don't we?
I was under the impression we needed to appoint 2, Mr. Chairman.
It says 6 on the...
6.
Yeah, Bernard's come back, says 2.
Okay.
So, Chairman, just to clarify, we've currently got the leader of the council, the leader of the opposition, the chairman of strategy and resources, the chairman of performance governance and audit, which is 4. So if it's 6 in total, we'd need 2 more.
Yeah.
What about the nomination from the Democratic Alliance on my order paper?
Yeah, I have that.
And Councillor Stilts, if I may say.
Well, I think we've already got the correct number of independents. Am I right, Mr. Dodson?
That's correct.
Right. So we need to have a Conservative and a DAG. Is that correct?
There is one. It's on the order paper. I've got Councillor Helm.
That's
correct.
what
my order paper shows. We only need one from the Conservatives, if I'm reading this right. I'm sorry to interrupt, Chairman, but I'm sorry, my order paper seems to be saying different things to what people are saying. And I'm a little bit concerned.
I agree.
This is the order paper I've received tonight.
Agreed. Mine is correct.
May I come in, Chairman?
Yes,
Because I have had meetings with Cheryl Hughes, with Wendy as leader, and we were told that there would be another Conservative place depending on if you had independence in the other positions, which you have now officially. So I would like to nominate Councillor Channer, which I did try to do this morning when we had an agenda meeting, but they told me I would have to do it in council once we knew who the chairs were of the relevant committees. I've now done that.
I'll second.
Thank you.
That.
Thank you, Councillor Stamp.
So sorry, have we got one or 2? Because I'm getting mixed messages here.
I understood, Chairman, there was one Conservative.
Yeah.
Yep, she's right.
And that's what my order paper shows me, Chairman. Sorry to interrupt, but my order paper is making it clear there's one other Conservative to be appointed. The rest are already now determined following the elections of the chairman of SNR and PGA. We know who the leader and opposition leader is. So Councillor Helm is there for the DCA, or sorry, the DA, and therefore it's just one other Conservative.
Right. But underneath it does say plus 2 others. Political balance needs to apply. So it says that underneath.
Point of order, Chairman. Wendy, Councillor Stamp and myself have just agreed what was discussed with the officers, and it's just one Conservative. That's what we've both agreed just now.
That was, yeah.
I
sorry,
confirm
can I come
that.
in? Sorry, Mr. Dodson. I'm so sorry.
Mr. Dodson.
I was just going to confirm what Councillor Bamford said. It is one Conservative that needs to be added. It should be 6 on the committee. The 2 may be misleading where it says 2, but it should be one person, and then based on the political balance, it's one Conservative.
Can I come in there? I think that was maybe because we didn't have at the time or previously the Democratic Alliance group. And I think that's where the confusion may have come. But Councillor Bamford is absolutely spot on, Chair.
Okay. Can we agree that by assent, Councillor Channer, on the appointments?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Right. Thank you very much. That is agreed. So we're okay now to move on to agenda item 18. Right, appointment of representatives to local government and outside bodies. So before I call on the leader to introduce this item, please note that under recommendation 2, representatives of the following outside bodies have yet to be agreed: Bradwell Local Community Liaison Council, Local Area Highways Panel, Malden and District Youth Strategy Group, and the Stone Maries Aerodrome Consultative Committee. If you wish to speak on this item, please make this known by using the chat function within the meeting. I will then come in and or come to you in turn following the Leader of the Council's presentation. Please keep your points clear and concise, bearing in mind the time of the night. Leader, please introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. It's quite self-explanatory anyway, this agenda item. Councillor Bamford and I both need to be applauded. We have worked very hard to try and come to some agreement. But as you can see, Chairman and members, there are a couple of committees, or no, a couple of working groups where we couldn't really agree. So it has to come to Council. So without further ado, rather than me rambling on, I think we just need to take it through you, Mr. Chair, in the order that it is. It's quite self-explanatory. Councillor Bamford and I have highlighted where we've got too many on there, and I do regret we couldn't come to an agreement. So it's down to full Council to agree. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Bamford, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair. It is rather late, so it's finding the place of all these. But if I can firstly deal with the problem with the Bradwell Local Community Liaison Council, I think that was the one where we had hoped to have the same number of members each. So there would be an equal number of independents and an equal number of Conservatives. And I think we couldn't come to an agreement there for some reason. Obviously, we're trying to go forward in the vein of cooperation and liaison, as you quite rightly pointed out in your chairman's note. And I just don't understand why the independent leader at the time wouldn't agree to us having an equal number on there. That was the first one. The local highways panel, because again, I know planning isn't political, but we do have quite a number of Conservatives on North West Area Committee, and I wanted to have one of our members on the highways panel. I proposed Jane Fleming, who's from the Northwest area planning, to be on there, but that wasn't agreed. The other one is the Stowe Maris Aerodrome, where we would think it sensible to have a ward member on there. And as it was argued many times before, that ward members should be on the areas where the locations are in their area. And this is actually in the ward of Conservative members. We wanted to have a Conservative appointment on that body. The other one is the youth strategy. And again, we have Anne Hull there, who has been on there for some time and has done a lot of good work. And I think she does have an appointment to a certain time. And that's why we wanted to keep her on. So that's the 4 issues of dispute here. And we just can't come to an agreement over it. But that's my reasoning why I wanted what I've asked for on those committees. But we did come to agreement on most of the others. So, you know, I think we've done, as Wendy has said, Councillor Stamp has said, we did well to get to this point.
Okay, Leader, do you want to come back on that?
I do, but I'm not going to prolong the conversation. I said from my delivery, we couldn't come to agreement. There's no point in me trying to justify anything. I really do feel it needs to go to the council for the votes on them, Chair. And you've got them. Councillor Bamford has explained them quite eloquently. We can't agree them, so we're going to have to take them one by one. And I do apologise for the late hour, but we are not going to compromise, so it's going to have to go to full council. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Here, here. Here, here.
Councillor Channer.
Well, sorry, Chairman, to be a party pooper here, but I want to speak, if I may, on the main embodiment of the report, and little 3 in particular, which is placing responsibilities on members on these outside bodies regarding the minutes. In the report, Chairman, there's various bodies highlighted, and in 3.3.1, it mentions Stowe Maris and the Malden District Youth Strategy Group, Local Areas Panel and Bradwell Local Community Liaison Council. Yeah. With all due respect, Chairman, the Malden District Youth Strategy Group is not a body that Malden District Council has any control over. It is an Essex County Council body that has been set up with the intentions of the Cabinet member and the head of Youth Services. What the Malden Youth Strategy Group is about. It's linked to the Youth Services, which is a remit of Essex County Council. A Malden District Councillor may sit on that, but that's in the remit, and of course they're appointed, and normally for a year, because we've just appointed the chairman of that Malden Youth Strategy Group. It's me again, so I am aware of what I'm talking about, because I'm an Essex County Council member, hence my declarations earlier, and I'm very concerned that it's saying that members of Malden District Council, regarding the minutes of that body, it is for them to have the responsibility to share with everyone. Many of those minutes are private and confidential, which I know is carried by 3.4. But I'm sorry, Chairman, I don't think there's been any discussion with Essex County Council here. Equally, I'm concerned, and Councillor Durham may have a view here, on the Local Area Highways Panel. Again, that is a committee under the purview of Essex County Council, and it is chaired by an Essex County councillor. And I'm very concerned that Malden District Council is choosing to appoint what it feels it should appoint without any sanctioning from the embodiment of Essex County Council, without any agreement of the chairman of the committee of Malden and District Youth Strategy, or indeed how the youth strategy groups are run. And I have to say, it's nothing personal, but I'm very concerned that this report says that, and then the responsible member would be one who can share the minutes. When a member is appointed to an outside body, it is quite clear the code of conduct you follow and the terms of reference you follow, and everything else is the body you're appointed to, not that of Malden District Council. And I will be having to take this back to Essex County Council because it does concern me. And I'm sorry, Chairman, if I sound a party pooper, but I think we need to be very clear of this. And there's certain things about the LHP that was agreed and not agreed. Councillor Durham might be here and he might be able to say, but I'm concerned about little 3 and the way those bodies, which are Essex County Council established committees, They could say we don't want a Malden district councillor if they chose to. But we're saying now we want two, and I'm not going to argue necessarily with that. There might be ways that can be achieved, but I think it is very, very serious to start then implying in three that Malden District Council appointed to an Essex County Council body with its remit and its responsibilities can share those minutes in the way that Malden District Council suggests it should. Sorry, Chairman.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Bell, you've asked to speak.
Yes, please. Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. In relation to the youth strategy, because as everyone's aware, this is a position that I'm very interested in. As Councillor Channer is also aware, I am very well qualified. I'm not one to blow my own trumpet normally, but I actually believe the Essex County Council would want the best qualified person in this role. And with all due respect to Councillor Hull, I'm a qualified teacher and social worker. I have been working with young people at the sharp end and in more strategic positions for over 25 years. I don't think you'll find a better qualified person to fill this role than me. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Thank you,
Chairman, may I come back? May I
yes,
come back, Chairman?
yes, briefly on that, Councillor Channer, yes.
I've said nothing against Councillor Bell. I understand what she said. However, I think, with all due respect, she may not realise the experience that Councillor Anne Hull has, and I can tell you has been invaluable to the Malden Youth Strategy Group. I don't wish to breach confidentialities because a lot of those meetings we have confidential information. What I will tell you is Councillor Anne Hull and her experience and what she deals with and what she has done and what she stands for, and I'm not going to break confidentialities, and her experience of certain areas with young people and children is been invaluable to that group.
Thank you, Councillor Durham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think, anyway, yes, the local highways panel. Yeah, as Councillor Channer said, the local highways panel is not a Malden District Council committee. It's an Essex County Council body, the membership of which consists of the 3 divisional members plus 1 member from each of the area planning committees. And the chair of the local highways panel is a county council member. So this is so when we come to fill it, there has to be 1 nomination from each of the area planning committees.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to speak about the Stomaries Consultative Committee. I see that Councillor Stamp has nominated 2 independents. I just wanted to explain to members what that actually is. It's a consultative committee with the neighbours. So you have to have the ward member on there. You have to have a ward member because they consult with the neighbours. So to not have a ward member on would be frankly ridiculous. So I don't want to sit on it. So that must be Councillor White. I've argued in the past that items that are specific to a local area, the ward members should be on it. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swain.
Yes, thank you. I have to say I agree entirely with Councillor Fleming, and that if she is not, if she has disqualified herself, then I entirely agree that Councillor White should have the place on it, not me.
Thank you, Councillor Swain.
Thank you, Councillor Nunn.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. 2 points, really. First, a simple question. How were people put forward for the LHP and the Youth Strategy Committees in the first place? That's the first question. How were they put forward? And the second question is, and I'm sorry if I'm breaking this idea of unity, Chair, but isn't it amazing how suddenly ward members need to be involved with their wards when for months and months that certainly has not been the case?
Okay, so we have a question there. Councillor Durham, you might be able to answer this as chair of the Highways panel. How were they?
Well, Chairman, it's very simple. Council appoints one member from each of the planning committees. That's so council needs to nominate and select one member from the Central Area Planning Committee, one member from South East, and one from North West.
Okay.
Chairman, I think that's what was done.
As you, Councillor Hurd, you obviously represented the Central Area for some time.
Yes.
And then latterly Councillor Harker. So it's very straightforward, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Lagan, you've been very patient.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a comment, really. I'm very much enjoying the debate. But after Councillor Fleming has mentioned that it's absolutely critical that ward members should be on working groups, etc., etc., and it's outstanding that that should be the case now that's been brought up after in previous council meetings. And I remember a resolution being put forward by Councillor Swain was unanimously voted down by all other Conservative members. So I'm very pleased that Councillor Fleming has had a change of heart and decided that the things that we should do are the right things to do. So it's a comment and a statement and not a question, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, that comment is noted. Councillor Bamford, you have spoken once on this, but I'll hear you again.
Sorry, Chairman, but I just wanted to emphasise to everyone that this is going forward. This is the council going forward, and we can't be looking back to what we did before. You know, I've always said I'd cooperate and liaise with you, and as leader of the opposition, now I will do that. But, you know, if you're not going to do that, then fine. But this is what I wanted to do going forward. And that's why I wanted to have an agreement on having ward members on particular working groups and outside bodies, and also having a split on working parties, so we have the same number of independents and the same number of Conservatives, and now the new party as well, so we all work together. So, you know, it's not what happened in the past. We're going forward now in a positive and proactive way. I sincerely hope so, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I will come to Councillor Thompson, but I'll just let Leader come back on that point.
Yes, Councillor Bamford and I did discuss this earlier at a meeting, and yes, I'm totally in agreement in going forward. But I did explain to her you can't sweep everything under the carpet when it suits you. And I think the points are being very well made tonight. And I think we're just prolonging this debate. It's not going to. I thank Councillor Fleming for what she said and Councillor Swain. So I'm quite happy to concede on that one, so we can take that one off the list of voting, Chairman, if it speeds it up. But Councillor Langham made a fantastic point. You can't just sweep things under the carpet. We are trying to go forward, but please don't expect everything overnight. And I actually want to propose that we go through the outstanding groups that we haven't agreed with as per the list. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Finally, I'll go to Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chairman. One is something of a comment. Things like Stomaris Aerodrome, which is situated in a ward and affect only that ward, are very different from, for instance, car parking, which is situated in one particular ward but actually affects the whole district. The other comment I was going to make, so, you know, if we're going to go refer backwards, and the new leader has done so, if we were doing it all wrong for 18 months, I have to ask the question, why are you going to do it all wrong for 18 months? Why don't you do what you said we should be doing in the first place? This smacks of revenge, frankly. Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, Chairman, I don't accept that. That is absolutely a ridiculous thing to say, and I will not lower myself to be able to respond to that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move over that. Councillor Fleming, a last point from you, because I know you've asked the question before.
Thank you, Councillor Hurd. I was just responding to Councillor Lagan earlier. I've just, for the record, I've always argued that ward members should be on ward issues. In fact, if we all rewind back to Market Hill, that was the vote that I abstained on that caused the furore, and I abstained on the principle that councillors Nunn and May should be on that working group. So just for the record, I have always been a champion of ward members, particularly where it's very ward specific, being on there, because the point is that we're elected and we represent not just the people that voted for us, that we represent everyone, people that didn't vote for us. That's the principle here, which is why really with the Bradwell B, there should be more representation from Conservatives. Thank you.
Right, I want to move this along really. I'll just take a couple of more speakers. It's going to be Councillor Durham and then Councillor Channer, and then I want to move to the vote because I think we've had this long enough.
Yeah, sorry, Chairman, we're all getting very tired, and I haven't got the papers in front of me. I haven't got the list in front of me because my iPad's run out of juice for some peculiar reason. I wonder why. And it's somebody has put a note that there have been 4 nominations for the local highways panel put forward, and I'd just say that that is contrary to the terms of reference of the highways panel. It is 3 Malden District members, 1 from each planning committee area. Thank you.
Right, that seems straightforward to me. Councillor Channer, the last word.
Well, just to make the point, I hear what Councillor Fleming said. I represent on Essex the division of Malden with Market Hill. And it's not just about the ward members, with all due respect to Councillor Nunn and Councillor Mays. It involves all Malden ward members. And in fact, it involves all wider people, because hence the reason why, as agreed by the Air Quality Management Area Action Plan, Essex County Council have agreed to do a transport strategy, not just to look at Market Hill, but to look at much wider areas. In fact, everything that comes into Malden, to look at how the transport is managed. It's a recognition, it's a district-wide matter, because what you do with Market Hill is going to have an effect on not just Malden, it's going to have an effect on wider areas, Heybridge and beyond. Stow Mares is very clearly specific. It's in the parish of Stow Mares. It's the residents of Stow Mares who have views on that. They will obviously go to the where ward representatives direct about Stow Mares. It's not worried so much about the wider area, it's those residents. And I think there's a succinct difference between Market Hill comparisons, Councillor, with all due respect to Councillor Nunn and Councillor Mays and other ward members of Malden, because obviously it affects Councillor Durham in Heybridge, Councillor Morris in Heybridge and other people, whereas Stow Mares is quite specific. And I'm very aware of the matters because I was on there as a Malden District Council representative, and they had me on there because of my dual hats. And I'm sure there's a way that I may get on there again, but I'm not going to prejudge that. But I know what Stow Mares would want.
Okay, thank you. I feel so inclined to speak with Councillor Mays and Councillor Nunn, actually, as they've been mentioned on the air quality. Councillor Mays.
Yeah, no, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't going to say anything on this
matter.
I'm
sorry, I thought I saw you. Sorry,
no, that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Nunn.
Yes, I mean, I can't leave that, Chairman. You know, I've heard this argument before that Market Hill affects the complete district, but Bradwell only affects the parish. And it's quite frankly, it's nonsense. And in fact, I was the person who chaired the last Market Hill meeting, ironically enough, because very few members attended. So, you know, let's not mix those up. And as far as Stow Mares is concerned, it's of national, if not world importance. And therefore it has an economic impact on the district, not just the parish. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will hear from...
Mr. I can't raise my hand because I'm on my phone, but I wondered if you'd indulge me to allow me to speak.
Yes, I will. I know that Councillor Hull has had her hand up for some time, although I can't see her on my screen. So I go to Councillor Hull and then I'll come to you, Councillor White.
Thank you.
Councillor Hull's hand is down now, so Councillor White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it might be helpful to give a little bit of background on the Stomaris.
Well, if you could be brief, though, please.
If I might, because the only reason it came about was because the residents were irate and the airfield was equally irate, and they had a standoff. And the only way that we could get any dialogue going was to organise the working group to try and bring the two groups together. And actually, it's worked really well. We don't get involved with the operational side of the airfield. We don't have anything to do with the airfield at all, other than trying to solve the issues between the residents and the airfield. That's all the working group does. It doesn't do anything else at all, because that's not our remit. The running of the airfield is down to charity. And I have to say, we've done a good job, because it all seems to be relatively peaceful at the moment. But that is the only reason it was set up.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go back now to the leader to move the recommendations as set out in the report. Thank you, leader.
Chairman, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just same as everybody else, getting a little bit wary. We have agreed to hang on, bear with me, to the Stomaris. Councillor Nunn and Councillor White, because Councillor Swain very kindly withdrew, so we can cross that off. So we've agreed with that. Is that agreed, Chairman and members?
Can we agree that by assent?
Agreed.
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 Okay.
Agreed.
Thank you, thank you, members. I appreciate that. Now, the next two are going to be the sticking points, members, and you may want a recorded vote, Chairman. It's down to you. The Bradwell Local Community Liaison Council. We, Councillor Bamford's been put forward, Lagan, Mays, Skeens, and Councillor White. Now, there's only 4 members, and Councillor Bamford and I did try agree on this, and we couldn't. So I think it's going to have to go to a vote, Chairman.
All right, we'll take these one at a time then. So first of all, the Bradwell Local Community Liaison Council. Who are you proposing for that?
I'm proposing councillors Lagan, Mays, Skeens and Bamford.
And I will second that.
Right.
I would like a recorded vote, please.
Where's the local representation?
Okay, so can we take a recorded vote for the Bradwell Local Community Liaison Council? Councillor Lagan, Mays, Skeens and Bamford.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question, please?
Yes, Councillor Beale, go ahead.
Thank you. What about the word local in this committee, etc., that we're talking about? It seems that there's a lot of people have only just heard about Bradwell, and I do believe there should be someone from the Dengie 100 on that committee.
Councillor Skeens is the representative for out here. That's my proposal, Chairman.
Yeah,
and that's what I would like to be put forward. Thank you.
All right.
And I have seconded that with a
yes,
recorded vote.
Proposed, seconded. So can we take that to the vote, please? Unless council want to agree by assent. No. All right. Okay. A recorded vote then.
We don't.
No. Okay. Could we have a recorded vote, please, Tara? I'm sorry about this.
Chairman. Members, if you can just indicate for, against or abstaining. So this is the Bradwell LCLC, and it's Councillor Lagan, Councillor Mays, Councillor Skeens, Councillor Bamford. So starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
I'm against because I wanted another Conservative to be equal with the Independents.
Okay, can I just ask, because of the time, could we just say for or against, please? I appreciate that you would like to add yours, but I'm trying to move this along. For or against? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm against because it's not.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Passenger, please.
For.
Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Boyce. He's left, hasn't he? Yep.
Left.
Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Against, and I will say this, Chairman, because
I just want to know against. I'm sorry, Councillor Channer. I want for or against.
Councillor White knows what the Dengie people are thinking.
For or against. Thank you.
Councillor Durham, please.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker. Councillor Fluker. No. Councillor Hurd.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Helm.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Against.
Councillor Jarvis.
For.
Councillor Keys.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lagan.
For, please, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Against.
Morris.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Schemes.
For.
Councillor Stamp.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts.
For.
Swain. Councillor Swain.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Thompson.
Against.
And Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Thank you. Chairman, the results of that is 15 for, 11 against and 1 abstention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Councillor Lagan, Mays, Skeens and Bamford are on the Bradwell Local Community Liaison Council. Leader, Local Area Highways Panel.
Yes, please. I'd like to propose that Councillor Michael Edwards, Councillor Richard Siddle and Councillor Wendy Stamp are on the Local Highways Panel. Thank you, Chair.
And seconded by Richard Siddle.
Thank you. Any other nominations? We agree that by assent?
Well, Chairman.
No, Chairman.
Rather nominations.
We have a recorded vote, please, Mr. Chairman.
You're you're all talking to me at once. I've had a request for a recorded vote, and that's what I'm going to do. So, Miss Bird, if you could take the recorded vote. This is for Councillor Edwards, Siddle and Stamp to go on the Highways panel.
Yes, Chairman, of course. Can I just confirm that recorded vote was seconded, please?
Seconded, Councillor Bell.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, so this is for the Local Highways Panel. If you could indicate for, against or abstain, please, starting with Councillor Bamford.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Channer.
Against.
Councillor
Against.
For.
Mrs Fleming.
Against.
Fluker. Councillor Hurd.
For.
Councillor Helm.
Against.
Councillor Hull.
Against.
Councillor Jarvis.
For.
Oh.
Councillor Keys.
Against.
Lagan.
For, please, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
For.
Councillor Morley.
Against.
Councillor Morris.
For.
Councillor Nunn.
For, please, Tara.
Policy.
For.
Middle.
For.
Councillor Dean.
For, Tara.
Councillor Stamp.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts.
For.
Councillor Swain.
For.
Mrs Thompson.
Against.
Councillor Miss White.
Against.
Thank you, Chairman. The results of that are 16 for, 11 against and no abstentions. Thank you.
Okay, that is passed. Councillor Edwards, Siddle and Stamp are on the Highways panel. Leader, Malden and District Youth Strategy Group.
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. I would like to nominate Councillor Vanessa Bell, because I don't think we've been given the information if there is a time limit on this. I did ask the officers, which Councillor Bamford will hopefully agree with me on. We tried to ascertain the information, and I think Councillor Bamford was going to ask Councillor Hull if the officers didn't know. But on the basis that I have got no further information, I would like to propose Councillor Bell, that is the representative for the Malden and District Youth Strategy Group. Thank you, Chair.
And I will second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have a proposal which was duly seconded. Is that agreed by assent?
No, Chairman.
No.
Recorded
Okay.
vote, Mr. Chairman.
We'll go to a recorded vote. Councillor Channer, you wish to speak?
Sorry?
You wish to speak, Councillor Channer?
Well, I'm sorry. Councillor Stamp, the leader, with all due respect, as John said, our officers should know. I thought I'd explain this is an Essex County Council body. It's not for our officers to determine what the appointment basis is. As I've said, I'm the chairman of that body, and it is not therefore for Malden District Council officers to say what the appointment time is. With due respect, this is disrespectful to a body that has been a remit set up by the cabinet member and the head of youth services at Essex County. Sorry, Councillor Stamp, I saw you put your head back in disagreement with me. I'm sorry. I think I do deserve a bit of more listening to when I'm associated with Essex County Council. That committee. I'm very sorry, but Chairman, I feel quite strongly in my earlier meeting, and I'm just trying to protect Essex County Council on this because it is their body. It's under their terms of reference set up by the cabinet member. All the funding comes from Essex County Council, and they determine about length of time of people on it and essentially the partnerships they want to work with. They commission services. It's not Malden District Council.
Chairman, I'd like to come back. Yeah, I'm not taking anything personally. It is on here to be voted on and agreed. If I am breaching any constitution or any rules, then perhaps Mr. Dodson and Mr. Quelch will tell me. I'm only acting on the papers that I've been given and duly elected as the leader to represent members that are going to serve on these committees. So if Councillor Channer feels that I've overstepped the mark, I do apologise to her, but I'm only doing what has been instructed on the papers. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Councillor Bamford, you wish to speak?
Yes, sorry, Chairman, but I think Councillor Stamp is not actually quite right, because the papers that we received from the officers actually indicated that this was an appointment that wasn't needed because it was running still. Now, we haven't been able to establish that, but if the officers' information was that, they must have got it from somewhere.
Well, with all due respect, again, Chairman, this conversation has gone off outside this meeting.
I'm sorry, Chairman, but I won't be talked over. I was speaking, and it's not fair that I should be spoken over.
No, I'd like to hear what you've got to say. Councillor Bamford, I'll come to Councillor Stamp.
Well, I'm just advising you that we had a paper from the officers that actually said that we didn't need to appoint anyone in this position because they considered the appointment was still running. And therefore, we haven't been able to establish that. Penny seems to think perhaps possibly it does run for a certain term under the county council. So I think it should remain as it is.
Chairman, if I may.
Can I speak back? We need to ask the officers.
I was just about to say, Mr. Dodson, can you help?
Sorry, I don't have that at my fingertips. I'll have to check. Unless Councillor Channer, as the chairman of that group, can advise us on the term.
Well, I most certainly can. I can tell you what I'll be doing, Chairman. I will be raising this matter within the cabinet member. I will be going to the cabinet member forthwith and the head of youth services and saying that Malden District Council has 2 appointments and issues like that. We asked for an outside body, and in fact, I think Malden District Council have turned into something. It was Councillor Sue White initially. Councillor Sue White has been coming to some meetings, although Councillor Anne Hull is the appointed member, and I've made that quite clear to the Malden Youth Strategy Group. We ask other members to come in that are useful, and there's a whole, remit of other organisations. We do have officers of Malden District Council we want to, but it's Essex County Council who steers the membership of this committee, not Malden District Council.
All right, can I ask?
Want a member. We want a member.
Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Quelch.
To avoid a decision made by council which could run contrary to a possible appointment.
Yeah.
It seems sensible. I just wonder, Chairman, whether this should be deferred.
Yeah.
And conversation held by officers with Essex County Council about it.
Yes.
Agreed.
Do we agree that by assent?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Chairman.
Agreed.
Chairman.
Chairman, may I add something?
I'm speaking to Councillor Durham. Hang on a sec, Councillor Chan. Councillor Durham, you're next.
Chairman, yes, I'm sure I can help you. Councillor Channer is quite correct. This is one of those appointments that is a timed appointment. You may recall yourself, Chairman, that there are certain outside bodies that are appointed for a set time, and we've even had the case where members who are no longer members of Malden District Council actually have to serve out their time afterwards. Now, this is one of those appointments in my belief. So whatever the appointment time was, that has to expire before a new appointment is made. But I'm sure the decision to defer is quite correct, and this can be checked in due course.
And Chairman, could I add this?
No, before Councillor Channer comes back.
Hang on, Councillor Channer.
Chairman, what I would say is, being chairman of that committee on Essex County Council, perhaps I could have a word and see if there could be any objection to 2 members coming on. But it would have been rather nice to perhaps had that conversation before this occurred. I may be able to, with the cabinet member and the head of youth services and the Malden Youth Strategy Group, see if there'd be any objection to 2 members of Malden District Council coming on.
I think I appreciate that gesture, Councillor Chan. Are you happy with that, Councillor Stamp? Now we've deferred it.
I'm totally happy, but I also don't want to take the blame of something when I've been asking the relevant questions and not being given the answers. Thank you, Chairman.
I think no blame has been levied. I think that's why these particular items haven't been able to meet on an agreement. But I think we've agreed a way forward that we can defer that one. And I'm going to move on to Stomary's Aerodrome Consultative Committee leader.
Chairman, I thought we'd agreed with that one. Have we not agreed? Is Councillor White sitting on that one now? Councillor Swain? Withdrew?
Right. Do we agree that by assent?
Agreed.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yes.
Agreed.
Fine. Okay. So we'll move to the recommendations, leader.
Chairman, sorry. Yes, I propose the recommendations as is with the amendments that we've already just made, Chair.
Yeah. Is that agreed by assent?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yes.
Chairman.
Agreed.
Sorry, is that no, Councillor Bamford?
Yes, the third part of this, which Councillor Channer argued about, I don't agree. I agree with Councillor Channer. We can't expect members to be responsible for putting minutes of outside bodies onto our sites. We can't do that.
I thought that there was an amendment to this.
Chairman, can I come in and help? Maybe help. Can I ask Mr. Dodson to speak, because this was aired earlier, and I think what Mr. Dodson actually turned around and said, because there was some concerns about private and confidentials, and I think Mr. Dodson explained it quite clearly, and I don't know if he's willing to explain to council, which may assist members before they agree or disagree with little 3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dodson.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we amended the point 3 under 3.4 of the report.
Yes,
was updated.
Yes. Yeah.
And it was highlighted that we propose that members have the visibility where papers are not private and confidential and subject to the agreement by the relevant body that the appointed representative then uses the fresh service link for those to go on. So it's only with the agreement of any group that is being sat on, and it's wherever they're confidential or private, then they wouldn't be required in any case. So I don't think we would be overstepping the terms of reference of any group, because it clearly says in the report now that that group can refuse and to put those minutes, for us to put those minutes on if it's not appropriate.
Okay, are you satisfied with that, Councillor Bamford?
No, Chairman, I'm not, because the recommendation doesn't say that. It says, the recommendation says that members appointed as representatives to local government and outside bodies are responsible for sharing minutes of meetings attended to the stored centrally on the Malden Gov library, So, you know, no,
I think it said
that's the recommendation. What Mr. Dodson has very kindly pointed out is what is in the report, but it's not actually in the recommendation, and so I'm not happy to agree the recommendation as it stands.
I think it does say, Councillor Bamford,
Is now exiting.
that it is as per the details in section 3.4 below. If you go to page 18, 3.4, it says we propose that members have visibility where papers are not private and confidential and subject to agreement by the relevant body. So I think it is saying that.
I still think that we shouldn't make members responsible for that. Why should they be?
Chairman, I think I put a recommendation forward. Can we take it to the vote, please? Unless Councillor Bamford and Councillor Channer, well within their rights, would like to make an amendment to any of those.
I think it's quite clear in 3.4. Councillor Channer.
With all due respect, Chairman, they're my minutes. I sit down with a commissioner from Essex Youth Services. We have the meeting. We have a business person from Essex helping, and we determine the minutes. They're actually my minutes, and I have a real problem, Chairman. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, in that case, we'll have to take it to the vote then. In that case, Tara, could we take a vote on that, please? On number three, I think. Are we happy to agree 1 and 2 by assent?
Agreed.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. So it's number 3 then, which does say subject to 3.4, and it says where they're not private and confidential. So Tara, could we take a vote on that, please?
Chairman, of course. So members voting on recommendation 3, if you could just indicate for, against or abstain, please, starting with Councillor Bamford.
Against.
Thank you, Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Thank you, Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Absolutely against, because of what the
just for or against, please. I'm very conscious of the time. Just
well,
for.
I like it minuted.
Thank you.
Sorry, I heard someone say something in the background. Would they like to repeat it?
Just for or against.
Sorry, Chairman, someone said something in the background. Can I have it repeated, please?
I didn't hear it. It was blurred, Councillor
heard
Channer.
it.
Otherwise, yeah, I would repeat
person
it
who
if
said
I didn't.
what they said, come forward and repeat it, please.
I didn't hear it.
I would like it repeated, Chairman.
What did you hear, Councillor Channer?
I heard someone say something. I want it repeated.
What did you hear, Councillor Channer?
Councillor Morris, I don't have to be answerable to you.
and you are asking a question of us. Now, I'm
Right.
not sure.
Okay,
what
I
I've
will
said,
do it. I will
and
go
I
on.
would like to know
Councillor
what
Morris,
you heard.
Councillor Morris, I will go by the recording.
Order, please.
Fine, do that.
Councillor Channer.
I will go by the recording, Councillor Morris. It's not your
Fine,
right to
allow the
it's not
vote
your
to
right to
continue
question
then.
me.
Councillor Channer, will you please stop
Interrupting the
engaging
meeting,
Councillor
Councillor Channer.
Morris? Right.
Chairman, will you please ask Councillor Morris to stop asking me questions what I heard? I'm not answerable to Councillor
Okay,
Morris.
I want to move on, please. Right. Can we continue with the vote?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Durham.
Against.
Councillor Edwards.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hurd.
For.
Councillor Hull.
Against.
Jarvis. Councillor Jarvis. Thank you very much. Councillor Keys.
Against.
Councillor Lagan.
For, please, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Against.
For.
Thank you. Councillor
For, please, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
For.
Councillor Siddle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Skeens.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts.
Abstain.
Brain.
Against.
Sorry, was that me, Tara? You
Yes, it
broke
was.
up a little bit. If it's Thompson, it's against. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe Councillor Miss White has left. Yes. So, Chairman, the results of that are 14 for, 10 against, and 1 abstention. Thank you very much.
That is carried, please. And please, can I remind members, please keep their thoughts to themselves and make sure that your microphone is muted. I really want to finish this meeting as soon as we can now. I'm very conscious of the time. I'm moving on to agenda item 19. Oh, first of all, I think we've done all that, right. Okay, agenda item 19, appointment of members to serve on working groups. Before I call on the leader to introduce this item, please note that under recommendation 2, the nominations for the Bradwell B Power Station Working Group are yet to be agreed, and there is also 1 vacancy on the Leisure Contract Task and Finish Working Group and the Corporate Governance Working Group, which is to be appointed by the Council. Members, a reminder, if you wish to speak on this item, please make this known by using the chat function. I will then come to you in turn following the Leader of the Council's presentation, and I'm asking you, please keep your points clear and succinct. And can we have, although it's getting late, can we still have politeness and civility to each other, please? Leader, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think you've said everything. I'm not going to prolong it. It's quite self-explanatory. Councillor Bamford and I did try our best yet again. There are a couple of queries on here, which is what you've said, which is the Corporate Governance Working Group and Bradwell. And I don't know how you want me to proceed, Chairman. Would you like me to make nominations from the Leaders Chair, or
yes,
would you like? Okay.
Yeah, nominations for Bradwell B Power Station Working Group.
Okay. Well, Bradwell B Power Station Working Group. We couldn't agree on the numbers, and I would like to nominate for that group, which is 7, because obviously the grade items are the statutory ones. So we've got Councillor Bamford, Councillor Bassinger, Channer, Fleming, Hull, Langham, Mays, and Shaughnessy. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I would like to nominate Bassinger, Hull, Langham, Mays, and Shaughnessy. Does that make sense?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got there.
Channer and Bamford, so all of them.
And I will second that.
Okay, so you did mention Councillor Fleming, but that would make 8.
Oh, sorry, I do apologise. It is getting very, very late. So we will. I will not nominate Councillor Fleming.
Okay, so it's Councillor Bamford, Bassinger, Channer, Hull, Councillor Lagan, sorry, Councillor Mays and Councillor Shaughnessy.
Yeah, thank you for your assistance there. I'm actually getting very tired.
Councillor Bamford, you wanted to speak?
Yes, please, Chair, because I think members should know why we couldn't agree on this one. Because if you look at the makeup of this working group, it is the leader and deputy leader of the council, the chairman and vice chairman of strategy and resources, which are now all independent members, and 7 members of the council. And I put forward 3 members. Did I? No, 4 members. I put 4 members forward because I had an inclination that perhaps the other people would all be independents. So again, in the interest of cooperation and liaising together, I thought it was fair that we had a bit of an equal number of people on here, because obviously the independents think that they want to domineer this this particular working group, which was really not what we had hoped would be the way forward. So I am disappointed, very disappointed.
I understand that. I know that it's 4 independents and three Conservatives.
That's your proposal, Chet. That's the proposal of the leader.
That's the
so
proposal.
that means you've got the majority of independents on this particular working group, which, you know, goes against what your intentions as chairman. You know, it's not equal.
Chairman, can I come back? Because it maybe goes against your intentions, but it was the leader who proposed this. And I feel that's a little bit unfair that Councillor Bamford have said that to you. But I've made my proposal. I've had a seconder, and I'd like to suggest we move to the proposal for a vote and a recorded vote, please, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chair, sorry,
Yes,
Chair. I said in the chat that I wanted to speak. Chair, I wanted to go on this working group because members perhaps are not aware that the pinch point in terms of traffic during the construction phase is actually through my ward. So I would argue that I do need to be on the working group. It's the ring road around South Woodham and the roads coming off are going to be a big issue. So I feel that I really should be on this working group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll all have the opportunity to vote now. I presume nobody wants to agree this by assent. No.
Certainly not.
We'll go to the vote then, please, Tara.
Thank you, Chairman. So, members, this is for Bradwell B, and it's Councillors Bamford, Bassinger, Channer, Hull, Lagan, Mays, and Shaughnessy.
Yeah.
So, if you indicate for, against, or abstain, please. Councillor Bamford.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fluker. Councillor Helm. Also left. Councillor Hurd.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hull.
Against.
Councillor Jarvis.
For.
Councillor Keys. Councillor Keys. Councillor Lagan.
For, please, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
For.
Councillor Morley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn.
For.
Shaughnessy.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Skeens.
For.
Councillor Stamp.
4.
Councillor Stilts.
4.
Councillor Swain.
4.
4.
Swain, yeah. Councillor Mrs Thompson.
Against.
Thank you. And Councillor Miss White. I believe she's left, Chairman. The results of that are 16 for, 8 against and no abstentions. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. In that case, that is carried. I now move to the Leisure Contract Task and Finish Working Group. Could I have nominations, please, Leader?
Chairman, are we not doing Corporate Governance Working Group first, Chair?
I'm just going by the list. The
Okay,
next one.
all right, that's
Okay.
fine. Okay, the Leisure Contract Task and Finish Working Group. The proposals are: we need 8 members. We've got. You've took me out of order now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1 vacancy for a council appointment, and I would like to nominate Councillor Carl Jarvis for that, please, Chair.
Okay, could I have the other names?
Sorry, Councillor Durham, Fleming, Hull, Nunn, Stamp, Stilts and White.
I've got most of those. So I've got Councillor Jarvis, Durham, Fleming, Hull, Stilts, Nunn and White, was it?
Yeah, it's on the order paper, Chair. All it is, it says at the bottom, add 1 vacancy for the councillor appointment, which is what I would like to nominate and propose Carl Jarvis.
Okay, thank you. Any other nominations?
Can I have a seconder, please?
I'll second
Yeah,
that.
I second that.
Okay, will we agree that, or should we take it to the vote?
Chairman, I would like to speak, please, on this.
Okay, you haven't
Because
indicated.
this is again something that we couldn't agree. We had 8 members, and we had agreed most others, half and half. 4 members independents, 4 members Conservative, and I'm quite surprised actually that an independent seat is being offered to a non-aligned Conservative. So I would like to ask Councillor Jarvis if he wants to take this position, and if he agrees, then if you're going to take the vote, I would like it recorded. Thank you.
Okay, it looks to me as though it is 4 and 4. You've got Councillor White, Councillor Hull, Councillor Fleming, Councillor Durham.
Chairman?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct, Chair. What I'm saying is that we agreed to have 4 each. So 4 independents, 4 Conservatives, but you're actually offering your independent seat to a non-aligned Conservative member, which is quite unusual. So I would like to ask Councillor Jarvis if he wants to accept that nomination from the independents. And if he does so, and you go to the vote, I'd like it recorded, please.
Okay, Councillor Jarvis, are you prepared to sit on this working group?
Well, Chairman, I am prepared to sit on that working group. I think it should be noted for the record, I currently chair that working group.
Exactly.
I've currently been involved with drawing up the agendas, being involved with steering us through where we've got to, and we're currently sort of halfway through a very difficult period with the sort of COVID issue and obviously prospects of further lockdown measures. So as I've been in touch very much with Steve Butcher and the whole team there of officers, I would have thought it was in the council's interest for me to continue steering that group. So certainly I'd like to be on it. And in those circumstances, I would have thought that the Conservatives might have liked to have put me forward in the interest of the council as a member on that group. But if they're not going to put me forward, I'm happy to put myself forward. But it seems I've got to rely on the independents, and I thank them for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got 2 more speakers.
Chairman, it's Councillor Anne Beale. What item are we on now? Because I'm starting to lose it.
This is
I thought it was member training plan was next.
No, this is agenda item 19.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nunn.
Yes, just briefly, Chair. I wanted to say that Councillor Jarvis has chaired as a member of this working group. I can say, in my experience, Councillor Jarvis has been an excellent chairman, and in the flavour of continuity and matching what you want, Chairman, collaboration. I think he would be an excellent choice.
Thank you very much, Councillor Channer. I think your question has been answered, Councillor Bamford. Councillor Channer.
I don't think I. Oh, did I?
Right.
Oh, I must have. Sorry.
Okay,
Councillor Bamford may have said it all. Perhaps I was going to ask. Councillor Jarvis said he's relying on the independents. He seems to think then who put him on before? I'm not quite clear. So it must have been the Conservatives, I guess.
All right. Well,
Chairman, was that relevant?
no, it's not. It's not relevant, and I'm going to move to the vote. Thank you.
Sorry, I think it is relevant. Thank you, Councillor Stamp.
Right. Can we move to the vote, please, Miss Bird?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Members, this is for the Leisure Contract Task and Finish Working Group, and the members proposed are Councillor Durham, Fleming, Jarvis, Hull, Nunn, Stamp, Stilts and White. I think I've got that right. Starting with Councillor Bamford, if you could indicate for, against or abstain, please. Thank you.
Against.
Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Councillor Miss Beale.
Against.
Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Councillor Mrs Channer.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
Again.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
For.
Councillor Mrs Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hurd.
For.
Councillor Hull.
Against.
Councillor Jarvis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Keys.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lagan.
For, please, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Mays. Councillor Mays.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Skeens.
I think I've just been deafened by Councillor Morris, but for.
Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
For, please, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Swain.
For.
Thompson.
Against.
Chairman, that is 16 for, 9 against and no abstentions.
Okay, that's passed. Thank you. And finally, I'll move on to the Leisure Contract Task and Finish Working Group.
We've just done that
I've
one.
done that, sorry. I'm one line up, so I'm on the third line now. The Corporate Governance Working Group, which is to be appointed by the council.
Yeah.
Has anybody asked to speak on this?
Yes, please.
Yes, I do.
Councillor Bamford.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I'm a bit confused about this because when I'm looking at what I've got here, it doesn't say anything about an appointment. It says that it does have 6 members, and there are 6 members. So I don't think
they are to be appointed. Yeah.
No. You're saying there's another one to be appointed. Well, I can't see that's the case.
It says in the Corporate Governance Working Group to be appointed by the council.
Yeah, Chairman, can I help? It's because we have to appoint this because there is going to be a query. I've spoken to the officers on this and I was advised that I could put, I want to make an amendment to what is proposed for the representatives on this group. And it states quite clearly it's councillors Channer, Durham, Nunn, Siddle, Stilts and Thompson.
Yes.
And as the leader, I would like to propose that Councillor Nunn comes out of that corporate governance working group as an amendment, and Councillor Jarvis is put in his place.
And I'd like to second that, Councillor Siddle.
Happy to give way, Chair. Thank you.
And Councillor Jarvis, are you happy to serve on that group?
Chairman, yes, I'm on that group. I'm happy to continue serving on it. Again, I'd love the Conservatives to perhaps put me forward to serve on it, but they haven't done. I do hold professional chartered qualifications in governance, as I have stated before, and I feel I can serve the council well on that group. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Are we happy to do that by assent?
No, Chairman.
No. Okay, we'll take it to the vote.
Could we have a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman?
Recorded vote. Is that seconded?
Yes, Councillor Bell.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Tara, if you could take the vote again, please.
Sorry, Chairman, can I just ask something? Was Councillor Jarvis already on the Corporate Governance Working Group?
Yes, he was.
Yes,
right. So he was on there. He was taken off, and now he's been put on again. So can we go to the vote, please, Tara?
Yes, Chairman. Members voting for Corporate Governance Working Group proposed membership is Councillors Channer, Durham, Jarvis, Nunn, Siddle, Stilts and Thompson. Starting with Councillor Bamford, please.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bassinger.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Midfield.
Sorry, Chair, point of order.
Yes, Councillor Nunn.
Councillor Nunn in error. Sorry, that's my mistake.
I've been taken off of this in favour of Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, apologies, Chairman. I've added Councillor Jarvis and forgot to take Councillor Nunn off my list. So just to clarify, the membership is Channer, Durham, Jarvis, Siddle, Stilts and Thompson.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for that, Councillor Nunn. That's okay. It is getting late, Tara. I understand that. Well done.
Councillor Miss Beale, please.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Beale.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Channer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Against.
Thank you very much. Councillor Durham.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Fleming.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lucas left. Councillor Hurd.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Helm is also left. Councillor Hull.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Keys.
Against.
Councillor Lagan.
For, please, Tara.
Thank you. Councillor Mays. Councillor Mays.
Oh, sorry, for.
Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
For.
Councillor Nunn.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Shaughnessy.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Skeens.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stamp.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stilts.
For.
Councillor Swain.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Thompson.
Against.
Thank you. And Councillor Miss White has left. So, Chairman, the results of that are 16 for, 9 against, and no abstentions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That has passed now. So the recommendations, Leader, that the group approve those nominations, and they've been appointed to those groups.
Yes, can we do that by assent, Chair, or do we have to do a recorded vote on what we've just recorded?
Oh, I think we've recorded it all. Are members happy to, well, not happy, will they agree to do that by assent?
Agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I've been asking a question. I want to ask a clarification on one of those groups.
Yes, Councillor Stilts.
Yeah, it's the COVID-19 Reset and Recovery Members Working Group. I believe when it was set up, that one of the councillors that was on it was the leader, which was Councillor Fluker when it was set up. He was then replaced by Councillor Bamford, but I don't see the leader on there. Does the leader have to be on that group?
Sorry, Chair, can I come back on that?
Yes, Councillor Fleming.
Reset and Recovery. I think Councillor Fluker was on that working group, but he didn't ever chair it from memory.
Sorry, Chairman, if I can come in there. I believe
Yes,
that
Mr.
it was six members of council, and that Councillor Fluker, when he was on it, was one of those members, not as leader of the council, but as one of those 6 members, was my understanding.
Okay. So
Thank
can
you,
we?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we've agreed that by assent, I believe.
Agreed.
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 Thank you. I think we're almost there, members. Agenda item 20, which is a member training plan, and we move to this, which is found on pages 37 to 40. In a moment, I will call on the leader to introduce this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please use the chat function. I will then come to you in turn following the leader's presentation. Leader, please, could you introduce the report?
Chairman, yes, I'd like to propose the report about councillor training, which is composed by Cheryl Hughes to the council. I do think there are some debates to be had here, though, Chairman, so I'm not going to propose the recommendation. If that's okay, I'd like for it to be debated first. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, I'll move the recommendations in order that they can be debated. Will anybody second that?
Yes.
I'll second it.
Thank you. I'll now invite members to make any comments on the report. Tara, can you advise me anyone who's asked to speak, please?
Yes, Chairman, I've got Councillor Bell, Councillor Siddle and Councillor Durham that have requested to speak. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, whilst I heartily approve of a members training programme, and I think, to be honest, it's well overdue. I have to say that, with all due respect to officers, I believe that we need, certainly in some areas, to have outside expertise for this training, particularly members in terms of overview and scrutiny. And again, no disrespect meant whatsoever to the officers, but I think we need to look externally for some of this training, and I'm not really happy that it's all officer-led, members. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Siddle.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I agree with Councillor Bell on this. At the moment, I'm really pleased that we're getting a training plan for members. However, at the moment, it's a list of vague titles, and what we really need for us to approve as a recommendation is a detailed training plan, and that training plan should have defined modules, and for each module there should be clear training objectives and training outcomes for members. This should be presented to come back to Strategy and Resources or to full council for recommendation. If we are on a radar, which it specifies in the report, by the Ministry of Housing, again, this is quite vague. And if this is the case, why hasn't it been reported to the District Planning Committee previously? And if this is the case, then I think it's really important that we are provided with external training, especially with regard to planning. This should also be applied, as Councillor Bell said, to overview and scrutiny. If this committee is going to be a friendly critic of the council, the training should be provided by external consultants independent from the officers. Thank you, Chairman.
Here. Thank you very much. Did I see Councillor Durham wanted to speak on this?
Yes, Chairman, he had indicated, and also Councillor Bamford has.
Yes, I've got that. Thank you.
Chairman, I apologise. I actually wanted to pose a hypothetical question to a director just before this item started. I'm happy to withhold that, or with your indulgence, just ask a question of Mr. Dobson.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Dodson, on the basis that a lot of the toing and froing we've witnessed tonight, this very long night, has been due to the political balance and the various changes that have come about, I would just like to know if there are changes between now and May in the political groupings. For example, if any of the members of the New Alliance return to the Conservative group, or a non-aligned member is forced to join the independents for whatever reason, whether this would be revisited at that time or whether we wait until the next annual meeting. Just a question of clarification, Chairman. I thank you for your indulgence.
Point of order, please, Chair. Point of order, please.
Yes.
Point of order, Councillor Morris.
I'm sorry, but did I just hear Councillor Durham say forced to join the independents?
Well, I think he did.
Forced is too strong a word. I accept your criticism, Councillor Morris. It is obliged to.
Right.
Thank you very much, Councillor Durham. I'll let you off considering you are wearing a stunning dicky bow tie.
Chairman, I'd like to raise a point of order. What has that got to do with the agenda item?
Chairman, I did say I wanted to indicate. I indicated before that agenda item started. It was just a delay. Thank you.
I'm happy to take that question if it can be answered briefly, Mr. Dodson.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, without reference to the Constitution, and bearing in mind I'm getting very tired, but my understanding is that we wouldn't revisit the political balance until the next statutory meeting of council, at which point it would reflect what that is.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. Okay, thank you very much. Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm actually in members' hands, to be honest with you. I think we've heard some excellent suggestions. I think Councillor Siddle would like to make a proposal or an amendment to a recommendation. Councillor Siddle.
Yes, so I would like to put forward an alternative recommendation that the immediate training is provided for chairman and vice chairman to enable the new municipal year to commence. That before the training commences, training objectives will be specified to the attendees. Item 2, for all other modules, a detailed training plan is presented to Strategy Resources. For each module, a course description is provided to members with training on objectives and outcomes clearly specified. That for planning training and overview and scrutiny, where appropriate, external providers are sought to provide independent expertise. Now, I can copy those to Miss Bird.
Well,
she wants to.
I was just very worried about Miss Bird trying to write down at that speed. So
I will copy it into a chat.
If you could do that. Meanwhile, I have got two other speakers, Councillor Bamford and then Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chairman. Don't fall off your seats, anyone, but I'm going to actually agree that we do need to look at external training. I did bring this up myself, and we have got a training budget in this council, and we could use that. I'm not quite sure that we need it in such detail that Councillor Siddle has proposed, and I think he mentioned municipal year. Well, we are in a municipal year, and it goes to May next year. So I'm not sure his wording is actually right that he's proposed.
It's for the next municipal period. That's right. What I meant. So.
Okay, and I'm not sure that any of this should go to Strategy and Resources, because this is about training for the whole council. So it should come back to the council, not to Strategy and Resources.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Happy for that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson next.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I agree with the outside training, not least because our officers, what with COVID and everything else, are under an enormous amount, have an enormous workload, and we have had items, mind you, we've had outside training on planning in the past, and yet, you know, we do still have some very, very strange decisions coming up against all the evidence provided in the reports. I would also like to see training on standards there, because we again have had some very inconsistent decisions, and we have had we've had results that go totally against the evidence. In one case, members were roundly criticised for voting against the evidence, and in a later meeting, different members did exactly the same thing and seemed to think that was fine.
Okay, so this is getting general support. Thank you, Councillor Channer. If you could be succinct, please. Not you particularly, but any other speakers now. Councillor Channer.
Well, thank you, Chairman, because I appreciate we're all getting late and past my bedtime. I'll turn into Cinderella shortly. Yeah, I agree with actually. Councillor Thompson has actually said some of the things I was going to say regarding standards, but also I think the code of conduct, Chairman. Essex County Council, I hate to say that word, is very, very sharp on training for members on code of conduct between not only members and officers, but member to member. And I do think that is required in this authority, Chairman. And I think tonight, to a degree, is an example of that, and previous meetings of this council, certainly the ones I've chaired. And I do think that's required. And I do agree with external people. Regarding the LGA looking at us, I'm aware, I don't actually sit ex officio on any of the committees, but I'm aware that in recent meetings of various committees, not South East, I hasten to add, there's been some things where, quite frankly, the local plan, which is actually the Secretary of State's local plan, it's ours now, we adopted it, appears policy went out the window, and I'm glad it's not South East that was responsible for that. So I find that quite concerning when we took such a long time, a period of over 10 years, to see some planning applications being throwing out our agreement of the local plan, and especially the Secretary of State's involvement with it. It does concern me highly. I acknowledge there's areas of grey areas in policy, but I think that's why we're under the microscope regarding planning. These things do get back. Applicants take it back, residents take it back, other members take it back, and they do watch. And glad it's not South East, but it is another committee, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Durham, I'll allow you to come back briefly because you have spoken.
No, I do support this because our training, actually our training when I was first elected was very formally. You will recall, so yourself, Chairman, because we joined at the same time,
yeah.
And it has deteriorated quite severely. The new members voted in May of last year have not had the luxury of many of the courses that we had, and I think it's extremely important. The only thing I would say, and we've had this debate in relation to planning training, sometimes external training providers can be extremely expensive. Now, there are certain areas where that is justified, but certainly in the past, we've actually utilised officers and even members from other authorities to provide training where they have that particular expertise. Or indeed, even our training by our own officers in some circumstances is perfectly acceptable. We just don't have the money to go bringing in external trainers for absolutely everything, although I totally acknowledge that there are some areas where this is important. As I said, and Essex County Council have a very stringent training regime for new members and member development that carried out all through the year. We don't have any of that. And as Councillor Channer has said, things like the code of conduct, we actually have fairly regular briefings on. And
right.
I would welcome that.
I understand what you're saying. You support this, Councillor Durham, but I do want to move on. Thank you very much. Councillor Fleming, finally.
Thank you, Chair. I just picking up from what Councillor Durham was saying about the cost of external training. I'm not in favour of going to outside bodies at this point in time. I think we've spent enough on ourselves. I think we need to actually save the money and spend it on our residents. That's my view, anyway.
Okay. Councillor Bell, I really will finish with you, and then I'm going to take this to the vote.
Thank you. Very briefly and very controversially, and I'm sorry, Chair, but we seem to have money to spend on consultants when we need to. So I think we have money to spend on equipping our members with the expertise that they need to carry out their roles appropriately. Thank you.
I do know that there is money in the budget. So I'm going to go back now Leader, you have you've had the benefit of Councillor Siddle's motion as well, and I think, Tara, you should have that. I take it we're going to go to the vote for that.
Yeah, with the amendment, Chair, with the amendment.
Could we see that? Could we see the amendment, please, Tara?
I don't. Has Councillor Siddle sent it? Because it was quite a long amendment. But we.
No, I have sent it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Chair, sorry, are you able to separate that out?
Have you had time to weave your magic on that, Tara?
Just bear with me a second. Just get it onto a paper that I can then share.
Okay.
Obviously, Chair, it's got to be within the budget. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah. Okay.
It does specify that when it's needed, not that it's obliged to. That's the, if appropriate is the wording.
I think it should be for everybody.
Yes, please.
No, I mean in terms of the external money.
Okay.
Chairman, that's the proposal that Councillor Siddle made.
Okay.
So that has to be amended to be presented to full council instead of strategies and resources.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I think there was general agreement on that. Not sure about Councillor Fleming, but did you want to take a vote on that, Councillor Fleming?
Thank you, Chair. My issue with this is that I feel that we have spent enough on ourselves over various issues, and I just feel that spending money on external trainers, it is not the time to be doing that, is my view. So, yeah.
It only says where appropriate. It doesn't say that we will.
So I'll be happy if it's, you know, in the next municipal year, just not at the moment when our residents are actually struggling, our businesses are on their knees. I just don't really feel it's appropriate for us to go.
I think the money is already allocated for training, actually.
Well, I'd be happy to take that budget and spend it on the residents and the businesses. You know, there are businesses on the high street. We don't have the money to, you know, spend on a marketing campaign to support them, yet we're quite happy to blow money on training ourselves. I just really disagree with that.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Thompson, I know you've been very patient.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't quite agree with Councillor Fleming. I don't think we're spending this money on our entertainment. If we were taking ourselves out to a socially distanced dinner, I would be absolutely in agreement, but we're not doing this for fun. We're trying to do this in order to do a proper job, and having seen particularly some of the planning decisions and arguments I've seen, I really think we need to get this right. Thank you. But I'm absolutely Councillor Siddle that, you know, external where appropriate, because planning training in particular has got to be Malden centric and align with our local development plan and our area committee system. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Last word, Councillor Morris. No? Okay. Right, in that case, I'll go back to the leader then, and you're happy to present it?
Yes, I'd like to propose the motion or the recommendation as per the amendments, and that was on the screen, please, Chair. Can I have a seconder, and can we have a vote by ascension, if that's okay?
I'll second it.
Seconded.
Okay, can we agree?
Chairman, I did ask to speak. I need to just point something out.
Okay, go ahead.
That on the planning training and overview and scrutiny training, I think you'll find that we've already agreed that this has to happen. Planning everyone who sits on a planning committee has to have training.
Yes.
Otherwise they're not allowed to vote, I think. And overview and scrutiny, I think you'll find, I think it's the terms of reference actually say for that committee that they have to have training in order to sit on that committee.
Yes, I think you're right. I'm a member of...
So we can't, that last part, you know, that's not quite correct. So it says where appropriate, external providers. Well, we've got to have the training. You can't not have it. So it needs to be amended slightly. Otherwise, I haven't got a problem with it.
Okay, Leader?
I think that's what that means, where appropriate. So if it's on an overview and scrutiny committee, or if it's on a planning committee, that members are not allowed to sit until they've had the training.
Yeah.
That is where I assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Siddle, is what Councillor Siddle actually means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm fitting it within. I'm fitting it within the plan that's been defined by the officers already, and all we're saying is yeah, if we've got the internal expertise, then we will use that. But if it's appropriate, we might go to external providers for additional training. And it's saying that this, just giving a bit more meat to the recommendations and to the plan that Cheryl's already put together.
Exactly.
Okay, are you happy with that, Councillor Benford?
Well, I'm just trying to read it. I'm not seeing it very well, actually, because it's a bit small.
Very late. It's very late, Councillor.
My eyesight is gone.
Thank you, Tara.
Invited members. Oh God! I mean, couldn't you make it simpler, Councillor Siddle?
No, because if you are doing a training plan, you need to know what you're going to get before you go on it.
All right.
I just want to make it clear somehow that we have to have planning and overview and scrutiny training. We can't just leave it for external providers. If we have to have it, we've got to have it.
So put that for the mandatory planning and overview and scrutiny training.
Yeah. Okay, are members happy to agree that by assent?
Yes.
Yeah. I would like to add standards, please. I did ask to add standards.
Yeah, could we add standards to that, please?
Yes.
But that was an amendment to an amendment to an amendment.
One at a time, please. Councillor Leader.
That was an amendment to an amendment. Are we all in agreement for that amendment to be to the original amendment?
Yes. Covers code of conduct.
Yeah, now we're going to give an explicit list. You're making it too complicated, members. I think in the essence that Councillor Siddle put the proposal, and I think that if members so see fit, you can contact whoever, the training department, and say, in your view, can we do that? And if it needs to go to council, then can we take it back to council? But if you're going to make it too prescriptive, it's too prescriptive.
Yeah, if you look at the code, if you look at the training plan that's provided in the report, things like code of conduct training is already in there. So it's just about giving some more detail to that training. So it's already there.
Okay, right. So we're going to. Can we agree that? Can we agree this amendment and those recommendations?
Yes. Agreed.
Yeah. Agreed. We can put standards on the list. Yes.
It is there, Maddie.
Yes, it is there. It is there. Okay, thank you very much.
It's not mandatory. The standards is mandatory.
Right. Okay. Agenda item 21.
Sorry, Chairman. Can I just clarify? Someone just mentioned that standards wasn't mandatory. So is that correct?
So I think if you, Tara, if you look at the training plan that was put together by Cheryl, then standards is on there, but it's not part of the mandatory. I don't think. I can't remember now.
So I just move for standards.
Yeah.
Are members happy? Happy with that?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Thank you.
The other recommendations in the report as well. Is that right, Chairman? So
yes.
We're seeing the training plan as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Just wanted to confirm.
Okay.
Thanks, Chairman.
Well done. Okay. So I think we're really almost there. COVID-19 economic recovery, car parking. In a moment, I'll call on the leader to introduce this item. Again, if you want to speak on it, please use the chat function. Leader, can you introduce the report?
Very briefly, thank you. Yes, I'd like to introduce the report for COVID-19 economic recovery car parking, and I'd like to move if Councillor Richard Holmes is still online, if he can do a small update or presentation on this. I think it's pretty explanatory, but then if he can do that, please. I'm sorry, I'm getting so tired, Chair.
Thank you, Leader, and very nearly good morning, members. Yes, so this report was drafted before the latest lockdown announcement was made. So I've also done an addendum, which you'll find within the pack at pages 31 to 32. However, I'll very briefly take you through the report because the key issue is still relevant, but I need just to highlight a couple of changes to it. So the report looks at two areas specifically, how we can assist local businesses in the high street area, and we were approached with regarding the lead up to Christmas and reintroducing the free parking days, days that we produced for the businesses to support them. This was given to me as a delegation, but was withdrawn in 2019. So the intention is to reinstate the parking days, but actually split it over 6 occasions. We also have had discussions around the Christmas Eve break, and we've been approached specifically by business to ask if we could also add an extra date for the afternoon of Christmas Eve to be free parking as well. Beyond that, we were exploring ideas regarding how we could help businesses to boost the evening part of the trading for them, and we would like to go out to consultation on potentially bringing the evening charge earlier into the afternoon. You'll see that within the report, and that could be once a week, or it could be actually 5 or 6 days a week. And we would take the consultation back to the working group itself before it come back to council. So essentially, that stands firm, but the difference being now, of course, now we're in lockdown, it might not be appropriate to run those 6 half days in November or December. It might be better to run some in December or even in January to assist the businesses. So the recommendations are fine, providing we accept that the dates that were referenced within the report itself can be flexible, and I can be given the delegation working with the businesses to flex those for the most benefit of the businesses. I thank you to Councillor Fleming for helping me draft that addendum, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I know that we've got Councillor Lagan has a question.
Thank you, Councillor Heard. Yeah, I just want to comment that this is a really strong proposal, and I like the flexibility that it brings, and anything that we can do to sort of help promote the footfall in the high street, which is getting bigger and bigger, it is a really good thing. So this is really good work, good thinking, and should be commended. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lagan. Councillor Nunn.
Well, I concur completely, and I thank Richard Holmes for his brief presentation, and I think we should empower him to have that level of flexibility, Chair, and that would be a proposal from me.
I'd like to second that.
And I would second that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson.
No, agree. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Holmes. Thank you for still being with us this morning, nearly. And yes, please, absolutely agree, including the delegation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the officers and my colleagues on the working group. It was a very good group, very constructive. The proposals are brilliant. Also, officers have been working on a campaign to run with the parking at the time, so we get more bang for our buck. And yeah, it was very positive. Also, I'd like to take the opportunity to encourage all members to delay their shopping slightly to December and to do it on Malden High Street, so that we can support our businesses. So don't be tempted.
And Burnham.
Sorry, Councillor Stamp.
Thank you. Here, Councillor Stamp.
So don't be tempted to click online. Delay. This year is the year to do it last minute and to do it on our local high streets. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that everybody's kind of agreed on that, and I know we haven't spent a great deal of time on this, but this really is an excellent report, and I really do take into account the good work that's gone into that. So I do thank you, Mr. Holmes, and all those who are involved.
So shall I put the recommendations,
Yes,
Chairman?
please.
I'd like to recommend, as per the report and all members' comments, and thank Mr. Holmes and the groups who's worked so hard on this. And I'd like members to actually agree to this for assent, unless there are any queries. Thank you, Chair.
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
So,
Absolutely
sorry,
agree.
I'm going to have to dissent. I've not got. I'm not asking for a recorded vote or anything, but due to all the COVID bumfluffery, I just can't agree with this. So maybe you'd like to note the minutes that Councillor Morris didn't give assent, but everyone else did. Thank you.
That's absolutely fine, Councillor Morris, and that will be noted, I'm sure.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 22, business by reason of special circumstance considered by the chairman to be urgent. I'm pleased to say there is none, and I'm going to move to our last matter, which is exclusion of the public and press. Under section 100A4 of the Local Government Act 1972, the public be excluded from the meeting for the following item of business on the grounds that it involves the likely disclosure of exempt information as defined in paragraph 3 of part 1 of schedule 12A of the Act, and this satisfies the public interest test. Is that seconded?
Seconded, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll say good night to members of the public. Thank you very much for your attendance if you're still with us, and we'll move into closed session.